Welcome to the Eastland Match of the round. We're out at East Ringwood Reserve for another big Premier Division clash between East Ringwood and Vermont, two powerhouses of the Eastern Football Netball League. A big afternoon ahead. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, whether that be watching on Facebook or YouTube or listening on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager for the Eastern Football Netball League, joined today for the pre-game show here by Blake Tennant, Wayne Brasher and Josh Ward. Josh, I'll start with you. You've just come across from Quamby Reserve and calling the women's game between North Ringwood and Knox. It was a thrilling finish in the end. When I left at half-time, North Ringwood had all the play, but a strong second half from the Falcons saw them get across the line. Yeah,
it was a very entertaining clash out there at Quamby Reserve. A bit of a mad dash from here to from Quamby to get down here to East Ringwood for pre-game, but still an entertaining contest. Emily Aegeus, the match winner with a couple of minutes left, getting Knox the victory there, their first on return to First Division as well, which is great to see. And yeah, hopefully it's a sign of things to come out here for this big clash. As you said, two powerhouses of the EFNL, and it's great to see this rivalry reignited today. And
Brasher, you've obviously had your past connections with the Vermont Football Club and know the importance of a rivalry of these two sides, especially when they were back in the top division and again this year with East Ringwood going up after their grand final win last season. It's big for these two clubs to go head-to-head, and I believe they're playing for the Noel Jones Cup as well, so big day for both.
Well, it is, but would you believe me if I told you that out of the 44 players that are going to take the field this afternoon, there'd be only 3 players that had probably recognised that rivalry now. Yeah. So to a lot of these players, history wouldn't mean anything to them. But today they get to start creating a
new rivalry,
a new rival in a new with both sides wanting to impress. And I think this is a great test for both these sides, particularly at this stage of the season.
Absolutely. And Blake, both sides coming off a win last week. Vermont big winners over Norwood away from home, and then East Ringwood getting the job done against Park Orchards. Makes for an entertaining clash and hopefully a close one.
Yeah, g'day, afternoon all. Yes, indeed, it's a massive game, you know. Having a look at the ins and outs of both sides, you feel like both sides are almost at their full strength, which is going to be an incredible game. And as you touched on, Ryan, with both sides getting crucial wins as well. Like, you know, we touched on about how Vermont came, you know, they didn't really start well round one, but after, you know, last week's performance, and also East Ringwood getting their first Premier victory in, I believe, in about 4 to 5 years. So it's incredible to see that from East.
They could easily be 2-0 East Ringwood, because, you know, speaking to the players on Tuesday, the conditions for that game, the first game against South Croydon that night, it was blowing a storm. So.
And they had control of that game.
Yeah, I think, like I said, these night games, that they throw different permutations in the weather, and like I said, that game, from all reports, could have gone either way. So, look, I think what Blake is saying is that there is the scales today. There is no one out of these two sides. There's no dominating factor between the two sides. I can't see at this particular stage.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got both senior coaches on for the pre-game at some point. So, but before we get into that and really start to dive into this match of the round clash, we'll have a look at some of the games around the divisions, starting with Div 4. Croydon North, Emlock hosts Forest Hill. Croydon North yet to get a win there. While Churnside Park hosts Nuttawading again. Churnside Park really desperate for a win. Probably should get the job done there. But one thing that's back this season is the Oracle. And the Oracle sent in his tips for all 5 divisions. And he has Churnside Park losing to Nuttawading by 9 points, Josh.
Now that's a surprise, just given... you know, Nuttawading have been competitive to start the season. They lost by, they haven't been blown out, but Churnside Park, they'll be desperate for a win and no better opportunity. But that's a big surprise from the Oracle.
Well, put it this way, probably knowing the Oracle as well as I do, I've heard Josh, he's set very high benchmarks this year, 66 I believe he wants a 66% win strike rate in all divisions and overall in 5 divisions. So it's a pretty tall order. And put it this way, he's a
Big
brave
ask.
he's a brave man to be picking Nunawading today. I can tell you now because I wouldn't be. But I reckon, put it this way, I don't reckon Forest Hill. I don't reckon they're going as well as what
No,
they
I
are.
don't think so either.
I mean, are Mlock a fluking chance?
And
Well, they
just on that, before you get that, Josh, I'll just have a look here. The Oracles actually tipped Croydon North as well to beat Forest Hill. So there's two I think
Two big surprises.
two roughies, I guess.
But Croydon North did win against Forest Hill there at Hughes Park. Forest Hill won the other two, but they did win their one clash out there last year against Forest Hill. So it's possible, but I don't think so. I think that's not the greatest call there from the Oracle.
No, probably not. But I think the match of the round is in Div 4 this afternoon. Basically, I went on air last week and said this is the grand final in Division 4 this year. My mind hasn't changed, and it won't change. I think these two sides, Kilsyth and Surrey Park, will play off in the grand final. But I will say this at this early stage of the season, Kilsyth are going well with the fact that they've had that extra game, and the only reason why I'm just going, the only difference today for me is form and the home factor. That's the two things that set aside for me today, Josh.
Yeah, I think so too, and I have a huge amount of respect for Kilsyth just because they've brought in a heap of talent, Division 1 talent. Jaden Weikart, Ryan McNay and Braden Drosler. McNay and Weikart have had great starts to their careers at Kilsyth, and there's plenty of other talent there as well. But Surrey will definitely be tested. They finally updated their team sheet on game day.
It's about time, and you need to.
Yeah, if it's about time, I kick some sense into them. But again, 3 changes. Kenworthy out. You got Jacob Woodfull is out, so Jaro Buru will be doing most of the rucking duties, and then you've got Paul Colopy out, Jamie Clare, and the Vitaka boys, Tayden and Kobe come in, and Kobe's
That's a loss.
Yeah, they are. Couple of
Kenworthy's a loss.
Yeah, I think he might have done his hamstring. I'm not too sure, so he might be gone for a little bit. But yeah,
Well, 21 days for a hammy.
Yeah, so he'll probably he'll miss. This is a big game to miss, but the next couple of weeks he'll miss. He'll miss. Facing Croydon North, Mlock and Forest Hill. But I think I'm still backing Surrey to get the win here, even though it's away. But I won't be surprised if Kilsyth get up.
Blake, your thoughts on this one? For me, Kilsyth They've only beaten probably the bottom 3 as such as we probably think at the moment. So they haven't been tested against Surrey or Scoresby yet. Big opportunity today if they can don't necessarily have to win it, but if they push Surrey for 4 quarters, who are the benchmark of this division, suddenly you can really start to believe in this side that they can be a real contender for a Division 4 flag.
The thing is, right, it's it just shows if Kilsyth win today, do you reckon they are flag favourites?
Not for me. I still think I have to see it a bit more. I still think Surrey, with what we saw last year, we probably have a bit more data behind them to suggest that they're favourites. But if they do, you certainly put them as equal pegging, and you look at that as a real threat. Yeah,
but I think this is, as Brad said, this is grand final time pretty much. Probably the two
I'm still big on Scoresby.
Yeah,
I've got Scoresby in. I've got them as a distant third, but preliminary finals.
Yeah, I think so too. I reckon. Yeah, I reckon they're a chance of Scoresby as Ben Osborne is set to join us now.
Absolutely.
I'll let you ask first up, Ryan.
Yeah, he's just come in and joined us this afternoon, Ben Osborne, the senior coach of the East Ringwood Football Club. Ben, thanks for coming in and giving up your time. First win of the season last week. I'm sure the boys are in a pretty good state at the moment, coming up for another big test against Vermont.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive test for us. So, every week's a massive test coming up from. Having some issues here. So we're every week's a tough challenge for us, and obviously there's a lot of history between these two big clubs, and now I'm part of this one, and really excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, g'day Ben, welcome back to Eastern Footy League Game Day. Couple of big ins for you this week. You must be pretty roughed about that.
Yeah, look, it's sort of fallen our way this week with a few VFL boys becoming available, and look, they obviously all these boys, East Ringwood people. I think Corey Preston's the only one he's debuting today, but Connor Waitman's a premiership player, Sam Lauson's a premiership player here last year, and obviously getting Chris Cherney back from a week off last week is quite big, and Trent Marotta debuted for Frankston last week as well. So yeah, look, it's we're really happy with the squad we got in today, but you also need a team effort to get the win against a quality side like Vermont.
You know, the funny thing is, I was just saying on air before, Ben, is the fact that probably 40 of those 44 players going onto the ground this afternoon probably wouldn't understand the rivalry between these two clubs. So, in essence, these two sides once again are going to rewrite some history again today. And when I look at your opening two games, that game against South Croydon, I just thought that the conditions that night really weren't conducive for good football, and you could easily be 2-0 as well yourself, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. We shot ourselves in the foot a little bit there in front of goal. So, yeah, our second half. Yeah, I think I probably brought the contest really, back to really close, I suppose. But we have got some really big bodies around the footy, and we're able to play some really good footy in that second half. But we matched South Croydon that first half as well, and we know that, they're a quality side, and for us to push them gave us great confidence going into Park Orchards last week, and obviously we only played them 2 years ago, so already there was a great deal of confidence going into that game that we could get the job done. But yeah, we're really happy with the way we started.
Now, moving up from Div 1 to Premier Division, what do you think's the defining difference in the two games that you've played so far compared to the season that you had last year? Is it intensity and quality of player, and being able to maintain your consistency for 4 quarters where you might have got away with it again in the lower grade?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a really good point. I think it's a lot faster. I think the biggest thing that we've found is we make a mistake that turns over and it's a goal. It's last year we were probably able to make a couple of mistakes and clean it up. This year already, and even playing Old Brighton in a practice match, if we fumbled a ball or dropped a mark, it was a goal. The turnovers, they just make you pay. So that's probably the biggest difference, I think. And the pace of the game for our boys that haven't played this level before as well. But they've adapted well.
Ben, great to be chatting with you once again. Just touching on those inclusions, pretty much all of them VFL listed and have started the season off really well at the VFL level. Is it a tricky balance, being able to call upon those VFL players when they have the bye and being forced to drop players down into the reserves after they've potentially had a good game the last weekend? Yeah,
really difficult. Yeah, it's awfully difficult. And I think if we were probably in a little bit of a different situation, it may be harder. But as I said, Sammy Lawson, every time he gets an opportunity to play for us, he wants to play. He wants to play. He's an East Ringwood boy. He's an East Ringwood junior. Connor Waitman's the same. Trent Marotta's an East Ringwood junior. So, Corey Preston's the only one that's sort of come over last year. Chris Cherney's just a player for us, but he's an East Ringwood through. So they're East Ringwood people. So they're around the club a lot anyway. So the guys that got dropped, were upset and deservedly so. But they also understood because they see these boys around the club all the time, and they know that they want to play when they can. So, yeah, that makes it easier. Yeah,
and focusing on Lawson, who's had a terrific start to the VFL season, 13 goals in 5 games, and I think he's averaging around 16 disposals. Just how exciting is it to add him to what is an already strong forward line with the likes of Sahaf Ali and Trent Farmer down there already? He's a ripper, and I think he's the best nick he's ever been in as well, which is really exciting. I've watched a couple of his games, and he's explosive as ever. And he's obviously showed in the grand final last year how much talent he has got, and he's still chasing that dream, which is awesome for him. But as I say, every time he gets to pull on the blue and white, he's back here on Thursday night and training the house down. So we're really excited for him.
With your squad, Ben, have you are you trying some players in some new positions to get them some experience, especially in as Premier Division goes throughout the season? You might find that you might need to start switching players to try and generate results.
Yeah, absolutely. I think our list has strengthened this year. Obviously, bringing in Adam Swizbalek as the ruckman has thrown Hannah Mundy forward now, and even just that pairing are able to, we might rest Swizz forward more to test out the opposition because he's so big, and throw Hannah into the ruck if everything's going well. But definitely we feel like the list is growing deeper and deeper. It's definitely the deepest it's been since I've been at the club, and which is then you're able to flick a few people around in different spots and wing half back, half forward, or stuff like that. So, yeah.
In today's football, Ben, we talk about rotations a lot. Are there players, right, and you've seen a lot, are there players that you can't afford to put in a rotation and you've actually got to find them a position from their normal position where they can actually hurt the opposition?
James Below. I don't know where to put him. I want him everywhere. So at the moment, I think he played 100% game time last week as a midfielder and resting forward at times. So it's a real. The thing is, it's a real balancing act, because the thing is, sometimes it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul, and the thing is, when you've got your good players that are not around the ball, sometimes that's what creates the momentum change for the opposition to get back into the contest if you're in control up front. Yeah, and as I say, like with James this year, he's leading the competition in contested possessions, and we feel like we're getting really good looks forward the footy. We'd love to play him forward as well to stretch the defence, but when he's going so well in the midfield, it's like, well, stay there.
Yeah.
Just another quick one. How have you seen your season so far? Obviously, you had a heartbreaking loss against South Croydon, and to get your first win last week against Park Orchards, first win for the club in Premier footy in about, I'll say around 4 to 5 years. You must be pretty proud of what happened last week.
Yeah, absolutely. We, especially after the game that we probably should have won, you always want to get that first win nice and early, and it was like it's always a bit of a relief when you get that first win, to happen after such a gut-wrenching loss in round one where we thought we should have won. To get that the next week, the boys to believe and bounce back and really play a really good brand of footy, and I think we had 76 inside 50s last week against Park Orchards, which is probably the most I've ever been a part of. So for the boys to not drop their heads after that close loss and bounce back really quickly was really positive for us. Yeah.
Ben, we appreciate you giving up some time this afternoon. You were a fantastic side to watch last year, and we're very much looking forward to see how you go today.
No, thanks for coming down, boys. Thank you. All the best.
That's the East Ringwood senior coach. He's done a fantastic job with the club, and so far it's a successful start to their Premier Division.
It's been a meteoric rise for Ben, really, because the thing is, he took over from Marcus Pizzaglo, a celebrated player at this football club. Marcus has moved on to South Croydon now, and obviously East Ringwood were looking to changing directions with a new game plan, and with Ben Osborne coming in and filling the breach, he's introduced a new game plan. It's reinvigorated not only the playing group but the club itself. He's been rewarded, and all of a sudden they find themselves in Premier Division, and they're here to stay.
And one change that he did mention, which was actually going to be one of my questions that I'm really excited about, is that Swizbalek coming into the side and play more into the ruck. I think it's only going to develop Hannah Mundy as a better player.
Most
we saw
definitely.
what he did last year. He's very young. I think could have even been top 3 in their best and fairest. I'm not too sure, but last week was best on. Played more forward, as mentioned, but can also do those multiple roles.
And that's the thing, his
Kicked
height,
3 goals.
his height worries oppositions, and he's mobile. And that's the thing, when you've got a big man that's mobile, can take a grab and kick a nice goal, they're worth a dime a dozen in this competition because there ain't that many around.
Yeah, you're right. And it'll be interesting to see how they go, Vermont, with covering those sort of big players. And we will touch on Vermont quite shortly with Adam Parker coming in. But before that happens, we'll touch on a few of the other games around the grounds. jumping into Division 3. Big one, important one here for the Warrandyte Football Club. They travel to Oakley District. 0-3 at the moment. You wouldn't have thought that at the start of the season. Must win today. We saw what happened with Furniture Gully last year. Lost the first 6 or 7 games. It didn't matter how good they were in the second half of the year. They were just too far behind. So I think Warrandyte can still go on and win a flag this year, but you're not going to win it if you keep losing these early ones. So, Blake, it's a must-win this afternoon.
Yeah. And we touched on it as well with Furniture Gully last year. Look at how that went, from Furniture Gully going 0-6, and it could come back and haunt you because the thing with Division 3, which I've gathered, is that you play each other 3 times, I think, this year. So, is that in Division 4?
That's Division 4.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just shows that if you're not on your game early, those, you got to start banking these wins.
I think they play 2 sides
it's something
3
like
times.
that.
They play 2 sides 3 times in
Scoops.
third division. Oh, that's a.
I look at Warrandyte. They're probably the best performed 0-3 side.
Yeah.
Since Furniture Gully last year.
Since Furniture Gully. And the thing is, the other thing that we need to look at, there isn't going to be too many sides to keep Ryan Phillips goalless, and he was goalless last week.
Well, the only thing is he's not playing this week, and I haven't spoken to anyone at Warrandyte, so I'm assuming maybe that was an injury.
Yeah.
Something's happened there.
But he was picked. He was on the team
was
sheet.
there.
He might have picked
week.
up an injury in the first quarter before the game.
100%.
We're not 100% sure,
No.
so don't take our word for it. But yeah, it's a hard. If they did keep him scoreless, Sylvan, that's an impressive effort. But yeah, this is.
Well, the thing is, we did speak to Trent Martin about that.
Yep.
And he did actually say that he did play, didn't he?
I think he did. Yeah.
And because I think I asked a question, not too many sides to keep Ryan Phillips.
That's right.
And he did say
so
that.
He probably did.
And he said that was a bonus for us because he reckons that wasn't going to happen too often
Oh,
either.
yeah, it certainly won't. And then Clark as well, who's been a key target up for them under kick the 1. So they did very well. They play Oakley, who probably a little bit disappointing in the last couple of weeks. They were never in the contest against Donvale, and then Fair Park. I think they had 7 more scoring shots in the first half. Probably should have been further in front, weren't, and it came back to bite them. For them, they've got to play 4 quarters, but they'd be in the hunt, Josh.
They would be in the hunt, but they've been on the road, and we mentioned yesterday on the weekend forecast they're a different side at home. They're a much improved side at home. We saw what they did against Coldstream in round 1, getting that elusive first DFNL win, and I think they'll definitely feel like, especially if they can draw a big crowd out there at Princess Highway Reserve, I think they'll definitely feel like they can challenge it. And the thing is as well, only 1 change, which is a good thing, not having that continuity in the lineup. Warrandyte have had a few changes, but I think, I'm going to go tip here. I think Warrandyte, it's a must win, and if they go on 4, well, I think Jared mentioned it in the podcast, there's a curse on Division 3 clubs starting the season poorly and then come back to but it's still too little too late. If they lose here, that curse will continue for them, and especially if they lose close.
Well, the Oracle has backed your opinion there and has Warrandyte winning by 27 points. Around the grounds in Division 3, Whitehorse take on Furniture Gully. Again, the Oracle's tipped the Gully. I think that's should be a win there. They'll be 5-0 if they get up today. So well done to Furniture Gully if they can do that. That's a big turnaround from last year, Josh.
But it's out at Whitehorse, which they always play Springfield pretty well. Although
two weeks ago they lost by Fairbuck by 70 points.
That's the exception, and I still think Whitehorse will want a better performance at home. But yeah, Furniture Gully, they're on a high.
I haven't seen enough from Whitehorse yet. It was a good win last week against Coldstream, but I want to see more. They don't have to win today, but if they can push Furniture Gully for the majority of the afternoon, you can take some positives out of that. Donvale also take on Coldstream. They host that game. Coming off a loss, both sides are.
I think Donvale at home.
I think Donvale too. I don't know if
I reckon this is the next game in Div 3. I reckon this is the most intriguing clash of the year.
Sylvan v Fair Park.
Yeah, I do. Both sides have got nice form lines heading into this game. I just sort of feel though that Sylvan play their home ground really well.
Yeah.
Fair Park not so good. Their away form is not that crash shot. Thing is with Fair Park, they have improved, definitely improved. they've made inroads. Some of their youngsters are starting to come through, which is a very, very good sign. But I was really impressed with the way Sylvan's performance last week against a Warrandyte side that we all think will be playing finals when they finally get their act together. And I think up in that little amphitheatre up there in Sylvan, I just think that it's going to be enough home advantage for them.
Yeah.
But I don't think the margin's going to be as big as what everyone thinks it'll be. I think there's only a 2 or 3 goal difference between these two. What did the Oracle have it at?
He has tipped Fair Park actually by 20 points there. But I think Fair Park on recent form have been pretty good. I think it's an interesting game. Sylvan at home don't lose there as often in recent years. But I think it's a good matchup for both sides, both sitting in the top 4.
Yeah.
One of these clubs will be 3-1.
Indeed, and like who would have predicted to see the latter have, obviously we've had Donvale, everyone's going on their side, but to have Fair Park and Sylvan in the top 4, I don't think anyone predicted
that. It's fantastic for the division that it's so even.
It's very even. Like as you think, I think you said in the podcast last week, Ryan, that you wouldn't want to tip this division because anything can happen. So it's great. It's going to be good. And imagine if we have that final round of Division 3 when finals are decided.
Yeah.
And relegation too.
Yeah.
I still, the funny thing, would you agree that there's probably 6 sides fighting for 4 spots, right? And the other issue is there could be four teams playing to stay out of to avoid relegation.
Well,
it's a really weird division how this pans out.
To help you out here, Brash, we've actually got from 5 to 8.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, 5 to 7. There's 1 win and 2 losses.
Yeah.
And of course you got Warrandyte. So there's probably you could be on the ball there. There could be a double relegation.
Well, only one team gets relegated.
But still, a one-team relegation in an 8-team comp, right, where you've got the top 4 and then you've got 6 or 7 sides where you're thinking that 2 sides have got 2 sides we feel that will pull out. Well, I think it's will pull ahead, I should say. So I think that they're in for a really good mix.
Yeah, I think you're certainly right. Getting back onto this clash, the Eastland match of the round between East Ringwood and Vermont. We've been joined here by Adam Parker, the senior coach of the Vermont Football Club. Adam, thanks for coming in. Obviously, coming off a big win last week against Norwood and another big test against East Ringwood, a real rival of the club, and I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's good. Welcome, man. It's good to be back. It's good. We haven't played East Ringwood for a while, so obviously they were dominant last year. So it's going to be a great game. They've got a great list in today, so I think they're probably as strong as they can get, which is exciting for us to come against them.
G'day, Adam. How you going, mate? Good to be back again on Eastern Footy Netball League game day. Just a quick one. You got a couple injuries, that was probably your story a bit last year and all that. Do you feel like you're kind of at full strength now? I know your captain's missing today's game, but do you feel like you're almost there with Robbie Ross coming into the team, which is huge because, Robbie Ross is a champion of the Eastern Footy League. Do you feel like you're at full strength kind of now? Or?
Yeah, we've probably got 3 guys missing from our top sort of 12 players. So it gives guys opportunities. We've got 2 debutants today, which is exciting. So hopefully they bring energy and impact, which is nice. Exciting. So I wouldn't say we're at full strength because we've got probably 3 guys who's probably walked back into the team. But we're pretty confident. We played a good brand last week after our disappointment from round 1. So I think it's honestly going to be a great game of footy and it'll be good to watch.
Yeah, indeed.
And I look at the Vermont list, and last year there was a lot of the same guys, right, were taking their first steps in Premier Division, and obviously the experience, which wasn't there in the past, were out mainly because of injury. With that 12 months behind these younger guys, have you seen enough in the pre-season and the practice games to suggest that there's going to be more forward momentum this season?
Yeah, it's been pretty well documented that our list has changed over significantly from our successes of 18 and 19, which we understand. A few guys retired, moved on, all that sort of stuff. So our guys have gone from playing their first game in their first year of senior footy to now their second and some in their third year. So we're still young, we're still exciting. We've probably got 16 guys who are in their first 3 years of senior football, so we're a young list, which means we can be inconsistent at times, but our challenge as a group is to try and put 4 quarters together. And we put 4 quarters together last week and we performed really well.
A couple of players that I want to talk about. One guy I think has a lot of potential, but probably doesn't, but still needs to just needs to learn his craft a little bit in their forward lines. Calvin Doreo, and the other guy that we haven't spoken about, but newly recruited to the club is Daniel Nielsen. Obviously to play in a forward role. Now I understand he's injured at the moment. So how are both of those two working together in that forward line when you've had them on the park?
Yeah, the knock on Caldera, and he knows this and we've spoken about this, was his fitness last year. So he would go in and out of games and he's super fit this year. So he'll be able to play a lot higher today. You'll see that. It was really impressive in round 1. A little bit quieter last week, but the game probably didn't suit our midfield as much. There was a lot of numbers around the footy last week, which meant drop-off was pretty crucial for both teams. So he'll play a lot higher than he has in the past because his fitness is at the level. Daniel Nielsen was pivotal to us, even though he hurt himself really early last week. So he, really gutsed it out. It was a credit to him because, he took Tweedy's inset marking ability away, which was really important for us last week. So, Cal's exciting. He's got a lot of talent. So now his fitness is up there. Hopefully we see a good game from him.
One player I saw last year and playing in the development squad was Harry Banfield. And I saw him playing off a half-back flank, but a real dashing player who likes to get involved and run and carry the ball. Obviously, he's made some very good steps to now be included in senior selection. How have you seen his progress?
Yeah, his development's been great. So he's a box heel. He trains with box heel once a week, which is great, which helps him. He's a real footy head, so he loves it. He's
like his father.
Yeah, like his old man. So he plays his role really well, which we like. So sometimes, if you're playing wing, half-back, sometimes the game can't be quite on their terms, depending on how it's being played, but he holds his structures really well, which we really like. So he started the year's been really impressive. I think he's in the mid-20s both games. So he's an elite runner, and we didn't have many of them last year. So we just think we're a little bit quicker around the ball, which is important.
Yeah, Adam, great to be chatting with you once again. And you talk about the youthfulness, but there's still a bit of experience as well. You've got Matt Arnott, Lachlan Johns, who just continues to go from strength to strength. Matt Wilcox back to the club, and Joe Fisher as well. Just how crucial have they been for the development of some of those younger players, given their experience at this division?
Yeah, 100%. Some of them are pretty irreplaceable. So we see that with Matt Wilcox. He's already been massive for us in the first 2 weeks. His game last week was brilliant. I think it's almost one of the best games I've seen him play, and he's played some pretty bloody good football. So, they're really pivotal to our development of our whole list. And the leadership on field will help us. Hopefully, when East Ringwood get on top of us at times today, those guys are the ones that we really asked to stand up and make sure that, the momentum doesn't swing so significantly that we can't get back in the game. So, yeah, they're good. I mean, our list balance is a lot better this year in terms of age and games played and all that sort of stuff, but we just got to keep as many as we can on the park to keep it, as healthy as possible and pressure for spots and all those sort of things.
And just going back to younger players as well, Adrian Kalkowski, he was your leading goal kicker last year and has had a really good start. How impressed have you been with his development throughout the last couple of years?
Yeah, he's a good talent. He's probably one of the best talents we've had coming through our program.
Hates a goal, doesn't he?
He likes to kick goals. Like all forwards do, they like kicking goals. So, yeah, he was good last year. He missed a fair bit of footy as well. He had a broken jaw at times last year, missed a fair bit of footy. So, he started well. He's super fit, like most of our group is. So, hopefully that holds him in good stead today. Hopefully kicks a few snags today. It'll be nice.
Just another one. It's kind of got the same boat between you and East Ringwood. You guys had a heartbreaking loss to Berwick in round 1, and to come from to beat a Norwood side who I think they had a win, was it, in round 1?
Yeah.
And to win that game, you must be pretty proud of the boys. And do you feel like the momentum will be definitely up and about for today's crucial game?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're always up and about after a good win. Yeah. We're pretty up for the fight today. We know the history of both clubs. We spoke about that in pretty significant detail about the history of the 80s and 90s and even the early 2000s. So I know it's their president's luncheon on today, and it's obviously the TV game and all that sort of stuff. So everyone's going to be up for the fight. It's just how we execute, I think. Really early is going to be really important.
Adam, it'd be remiss of me and for the Vermont listeners out here, but not to mention Robbie Ross and Lockie Johns, two fantastic servants of the football club. how's their seasons and their pre-seasons? How have they gone? And do you see them having, obviously early in the season, but the fact that they seem to build momentum week in, week out, do you see that sort of trajectory once again for both these players?
Yeah, I think so. They're absolute warriors of our football club, right? And they haven't played together this year yet, so they actually get to realign today, which is nice. So hopefully they combine a fair bit. So, but they're the heartbeat of our club, and they have been for a long period of time. So, and their performance is often really consistent. So we expect that from both of our boys today.
Last year you had Matty Arnott running through the midfield in rotation. I understand you've given him a bit more of a new role off a halfback flank this year. How's he settled into that role, and is he enjoying his football? Because he looked like he was struggling a little bit at times last year. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair. I think his body wasn't as right as what we hoped of it last year. I think he was a little bit underdone. He had a couple of injuries as well, like a lot of our lists. So he's super fit at the moment. He's got himself in good shape. So yeah, he'll start across the half-back line. We might throw him up a little bit higher if we need to. But yeah, his form last week was really impressive. I think it was one of the best games he's played for our club last week, which is a credit to him.
Adam, we really appreciate you giving up some time this afternoon after a big afternoon ahead. We're really looking forward to seeing how the guys go today.
Not a problem. Who'd we tip?
We haven't done our tips yet.
Well, I've tipped.
I think we know
We've got to wait for the Oracle first.
All right, I'll write on the board. Make sure you get it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
I'm putting it out there. I've tipped Vermont. There you go.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much,
Thanks,
Adam.
Adam.
The senior coach of the Vermont Football Club. Done a fantastic job there. The reserves are doing well today at the moment. 7-7-49 leading East Ringwood 2-14.
I think
2-4-16.
I've got to say, Ryan, I've been really impressed with what the coaches have given us here. They've opened up. They've given us things about all their players.
Absolutely. We will touch on this game after the break again as we go to our first break for the Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Round, East Ringwood versus Vermont. Premier Division clash. Two old rivals meet once more after East Ringwood's premiership win last year. Brash, we're just talking a bit off air of the two coaches. They've both been fantastic in the pre-game. We've heard from that. If you've missed that out, if you're listening on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, we've got those interviews on the stream on YouTube and Facebook on our channels. But you were pretty impressed with some of the things we heard.
I have been, and in fact, and not only from the coaches of today, but I've been really impressed with the coaches this year. They've been forthright. They've been up there. They haven't shied away from any of the questions we've asked, and they've been honest in their answers and their opinions. And I applaud them for doing that, because we need the coaches to be a little bit transparent, so that you, the listener out there, when you're watching us on YouTube, at least appreciate what the coaches are telling us, and they give you insight into some of the players, you know, that we ask questions about for you to follow in that broadcast, Josh.
Yeah, it is, and I always enjoy chatting with coaches as well.
Yeah, I do too.
And you know, I've been on most of these pre-games as well, and it's been it's been interesting, and listening to coaches as well in the off season for many in focus, I'll say. It's been interesting hearing what they have to say ahead of the season, and hearing what they have to say about their performances so far. And,
I think we had, Josh, I think at three-quarter time here in the development squad, I think we've got Vermont 7-7-49 leading East Ringwood 2-4-16. So I think that's what the score was.
Yeah, that was. There was a shot on the siren there. I didn't see if that went through or not, but Vermont comfortable leading East Ringwood there. We'll touch on that score again as the fourth quarter continues.
So where do we go to now, Ryan? Where would you like to go?
Let's go to one of my favourite divisions. We'll jump into Division 2 because there's a classic game there out at the Batterham Reserve when the Basin hosts Templestowe. Just on paper, you look at the two lists, you go, Templestowe should win. It shouldn't be much of a contest, but in comes D Swan boys, and I always like these sort of games where even if on paper the Basin are a much younger side and much inexperienced compared to Templestowe, but with the roaring crowd behind them at Batterham, Brash, I don't think you're buying into this, but I really think they're a real chance the Basin to go two in a row. Beat East Ringwood last week. I don't know what you guys think, but I think this is a chance to be a really good game.
I think the Basin are right into this because Templestowe haven't won there in 3 years.
Well, there's another stat, so nothing going against them.
And the thing is that the fact that the last time Templestowe had any sort of dominance over the Basin was back in 2019. So Templestowe have struggled in recent times against the Basin, especially at the Basin. Yeah. But you're asking me, is there a little bit in my heart that can find something in it there for the Basin? And unfortunately, not today. I don't care whether Dane Swan's playing. I wouldn't care whether other cloak was playing. But I just think Templestowe, by and large, just on pure facts and figures over the last few seasons, I think Templestowe one of those sides, Ryan, that I don't reckon they've been a side that haven't been able to put their best side on the park for years.
Well, that's true, and last year that's part of the reason why they missed the finals, because they had all those injuries, I think, in the start of the season into that middle patch of the year where put them behind the 8 ball. They got back into form late in the season, knocked off Ringwood, were looking pretty impressive, but just missed out on percentage. This year, I think it'd be hard to see them missing the finals with the way they're going at the moment. A minor hiccup against the Waverley Blues, who we have seen as a good contender as well. Should be a final side. But this is a real banana peels type game, Blake. Basin with the emotion behind the day certainly can't be underestimated.
No, indeed. You know, to have that big win last week, the momentum is going to be great. You know, I think I was looking on their social saying that the car park is closed, so a lot of people will be strolling into Bannerman.
Well, there isn't that much car park in the first place,
I know,
Blake,
indeed,
is there?
but but they're putting it out there. But I think it's a huge day for the Basin. Obviously they've lost a lot of players, Brian, as you touch.
What do you reckon, Blake? Get the train to Baronia and walk and get yourself some fitness, or do you reckon hire a bus? Get a bus.
A bus would be nice.
Yeah, I think
or a limo.
Party bus.
I reckon they probably could get the 755, mate. That goes up past about a hand park.
I've been on many buses, and that's one bus I've never heard. That's one bus.
Oh, that was my bus back in the day.
Or is it the 750? That's a 755.
Yeah, the 755. I used to get that one.
Yeah, but I think debate if we want to touch on the game, the Basin have got a lot to prove. To show. I like it how they're going to prove us wrong. We didn't really expect them to win last week, but and I feel like with Templestowe, they've got a point to prove. They want to be up there. They had a big win against Ringwood. And then, so it's going to be hard.
What's the Oracle said about this one, John?
The Oracle is tipped Templestowe 91 to 63. So he is. I think that's still fair.
That's
I think
fair, yeah.
It's going to be, if they get the job done, it's just a mature performance that they probably need to do if they're going to be a contender this season. Another big game out at East Ringwood Reserve is East Ringwood taking on Baronia. The Oracle as well has tipped East Ringwood to give Baronia their first loss of the season. Josh, a couple of changes for both sides. Begley and Burgess come out with Brasher and Dower, while I believe Mitch Mellis and Jaden Collins are two of their ins, and then East Burwood have got Maxwell's back in defence, Kempson, also Agnew. So both sides have made some changes. They've lost some, brought some in. Interesting contest out there. Both, I think they went East Burwood 2-1 last season, and one of those games was by a point in the final. So a couple of evenly matched sides. We've seen Baronia really play well at the start of the season, but it's a chance for East Burwood to get something going because they don't want to be 1-3 after the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, but Baronia are pretty much at full strength now. Yes, you lose Josh Begley, but Mitch Mellis, we talked about it yesterday, he's going to slot right in and replace Begley. We've seen him get 50 disposals in one game before last year, before he got injured, and he's such a massive inclusion. I reckon if they get him and Begley in the same side, it's a scary midfield, and it's why I'm backing Baronia. East Burwood, yes, they bring back Wills and Kempson, and Wills will really help that defence, but I just think Baronia, the way they're playing, it's hard to stop, Brash.
I think one of the things that they've also got too, I think Mitch Mellis has got his partner in crime. I think there's a Robin this year with a Batman. I reckon Max Brasher is the Robin, because I think those two will complement each other.
Yeah.
Both playing in the midfield. I think Mitch with his run and explosive pace out of the midfield, and you can see Max Brasher in and under and feeding that handball out not only to Mitch but to the other running midfielders. I think they're going to make a very good combination when they finally get to play together and work together as a unit. I think that it sets them up. I reckon also too, those ins for East Burwood, Kempton, Agnew and Max Wills, is it?
Max Wills, yep.
Massive ins for East Burwood. They really have. They've missed their experience at the start of the season. Those three guys are part of their they're three of their most experienced players in that playing group. Get them back in today. That gives them a little bit of stability. Is that enough? Is that enough for them to offset Baronia's power? Who knows? But I think Collins coming back into the side, 6'5", centre half forward, adds a lot to that forward line. You've got Robertson, you've got Damon Fairchild down there. They stretch.
Dangerous.
They're dangerous, and their height worries oppositions. I think Baronia win this game. I think it's only going to be about a 3 or 4 goal margin. I'm not seeing a blowout here.
Yeah, I think I'll kind of have to back you up there. I think from what I saw, Baronia, they were really good club, really good team, and those ins are just massive. I think getting Malice in and Collins, as we heavily touched on about. But yeah, I feel like I'm going to go Baronia. I think they should get the job done.
Absolutely. Moving on for Division 2, a few games that I think probably should be pretty bankable. Ringwood and Upper Ferntree Gully go head-to-head, and Knox and Heathmont also get to head-to-head, which you would think those two would win. Yep. But the Oracle has really gone out all week.
Oh, no.
He's tipped the draw for Knox versus Heathmont, and then tipped Upper Ferntree Gully to get over Ringwood by 11 points. So he's really
he's
gone
crazy.
On the line.
He's out there. He's just gone out there, and that's the thing. It's almost like he's the kiss of death of the AFL, isn't it?
It's a good point. Otherwise, he knows something that we don't. But
I got no idea what he knows.
Well, we'll be tracking him down if Upper Ferntree Gully get up
Maybe he's
today.
just gone down to training and just had a look and seeing how they performed or something.
I think Upper Gully will want to be shouting him beers for a year if they win today.
We'll be following that one closely this afternoon. Jumping into Division 1, I think the big game here is the Beaconsfield versus South Belgrave clash. Sitting on top of the ladder, South Belgrave with the 3 wins, while Beaconsfield sit second with 2 wins and a pretty close loss against Mitcham. Josh, I feel pretty confident with where South Belgrave are at, and I don't think the bigger ground will affect them at all. I think that will only enhance their forward line of the likes of Smith and Agana, and then defensively they still hold up really well. But gives Beaconsfield a good test to see where they're really at.
Yeah, and one big inclusion for South Belgrave, who I cannot rave enough about, Mitch Cox coming down from the VFL level.
Yeah.
You know, he's, as I said on the weekend forecast, he's an X-factor player. He just adds so much more to that midfield and to the forward line as well. Can take a good mark. He can create chances. He can kick goals as well. He's averaged 18 disposals in his first 4 VFL games. So, you know, and he's had experience on an AFL list with Brisbane. I'm really excited about that inclusion. If you can't tell, Brash, it's a big inclusion to an already strong South Belgrave lineup, which is why I'm backing them. I was initially concerned, but, you know, they have experience playing on bigger grounds. You know, they played at Jubilee Park and A.G. Parker last year in second division, so it won't intimidate them. And, you know, I think there's a cup out there as well being played between Beaconsfield and South Belgrave.
Yeah, the Crazy Crook Cup. I think I've got the top of my head, so that's someone who they've had a bit of a.
They would have been better off calling it the Mick Fogarty Cup or something. You know what I mean? I just, you know, call it after a good coach.
No disrespect to the man of the that's named after the cup, or the cup that's named after the man there. But Blake.
I thought it was. So
no, this is Rick Crook. Yeah, you've gone online and you've gone on the air.
Apologies, Mr. Crook.
That's all right, Brash. Blake, your thoughts on the contest here? I think I think it's a really interesting one for Beaconsfield. Brandon White's really impressed me, and Ockers kicked the 4 again last week. They've got some talented players, but it's obviously a big ask when you take on South Belgrave.
Yeah, look, you know, getting here to the game, and you know, we obviously look through divisions, and this game really stood out to me. You know, Beaconsfield and South Belgrave. You know, I think in the season preview when me, you and Ryan and Brash, you were when we were doing the preview, we said about Beaconsfield, and we want to see a bit more from what we saw last year from them. And I think they started the season really well. You know, I think it's 2-1. I think Beaconsfield are. So to be in that position is really solid, and you know, it's going to be a huge test. You know, you're playing against a team that's undefeated. I think as well, I don't think they've lost since round 9 or round 10 last year against Mulgrave. Did my research again. I was listening on the podcast yet again. So
well done, Blake.
I think it's from round 9. So, but the thing about South Belgrave is they are hitting a lot of boxes very well.
You mean ticking them?
Ticking them.
That's it.
That's the one. They've been ticking a lot of boxes right. So I'm liking South Belgrave, but I just want to see a bit more from Beaconsfield, you know. And I think I'm going to go smoky here. I think the streak will be over. I think Beaconsfield to win by about 2 to 3 goals.
Not a bad pick. I considered picking them as my super boost roughly of the week yesterday.
Just because it's at home park, and I feel like the travel might, but you know, that's an excuse. But I feel like the travel.
I don't. It's a nice trip down the coast, isn't it? But I don't think South Belgrave and Beaconsfield are too far apart, actually. So it's not as bad as, say, Beaconsfield.
It's only a hop, skip, and a jump, mate.
Yeah.
Exactly. How far away is South Belgrave to Beaconsfield?
What, 20 minutes? Going down the back way, Narry, Warren, Berwick Road. It's about 20 minutes.
What is
I reckon South Belgrave win by about 18 points, I reckon.
What's the Oracle said about this match?
The Oracle has tipped South Belgrave to win by, I think, 21 points. So pretty close there, Brash. Also in Division 1 today, Bayswater hosts Mooroolbark.
No. Mustangs.
Yeah,
I think I won't be surprised if Bayswater pull off the win, because we mentioned it.
I'll be very surprised if they pull off the win.
Well, just to back you up here, just looking at the score centre here, their reserves 19s are winning at the moment.
Bayswater, that is.
Yeah, so Bayswater 19s won today, first game, so well done to Bayswater there, and the reserves are beating Mooroolbark. So
the Oracle also has Mooroolbark there by 19 points. I think that's probably pretty fair. I think it'll be a pretty close game. They play pretty well against Montrose at home. Ben White comes back and the side's a very important inclusion. Yes. Has to perform against a midfield that's stacked in Mooroolbark.
Yeah. Just to see, I think you said this really well, Brush, I think in the season preview or round one, like on the Sunday, the average score at Bayswater, I think you said is around 61, is that correct?
Something like that,
Yeah, so if you can get over that, Mooroolbark, they'll be pretty happy about that. So I
think Mooroolbark were the only side last year that went to Bayswater over and kicked over 100 points. I think there was only one score kicked over 100 points by one team in all 18 games.
Yeah.
But very hard ground to score with, Brian.
Just quickly on the other games in Division 1, Montrose hosts Lilydale, North Ringwood hosts Mitcham, and Montana South hosts Croydon. And the Oracle has gone exactly your picks there, Brash, with those three. I think the closest of those three games potentially could be that Wanturna South Croydon one, if Croydon can make it a bit of a slog, but I just don't see, if Wanturna South open that game up, I don't see Croydon having a chance to.
No. Not considering Montrose to Lilydale, I think that'll be. I think Montrose should get up there.
But Lilydale do, they work themselves up for this sort of game.
And Ben Descent's ruled out too, so that's a big out.
That's a big out, but probably the closest Wanturna South Croydon. Again, it's going to come down to scoring options though, which Croydon, it's been a problem for the past couple of years now and for many years now.
Do we give North Ringwood any hope? We've seen a little bit from them in patches. Last week against Mooroolbark, they came flying home in that last quarter with the 5 goals, almost pinched it. You're going to have to put in a four-quarter performance to be a Mitcham side that are still in really good shape, but do you give them any bit of it?
No, you can't trust them. Mitcham, you can trust them, even though they're missing players. You know, they're still a consistent side, and whilst they'll put up a fight, North Ringwood at home, I think, and I reckon there'll be a nice crowd brewing out there at Combi Reserve as well. So that might help, but I think Mitcham should get up here, Brash.
I think a lot of these games in Div 1 will go well into the last quarter. I think there's some very evenly matched games, but I'm not going to be terribly surprised, Ryan, that by half-time some of these games could be decided as well.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting. Hopefully sides put their scores in today. We had a bit of trouble last week, so hopefully...
Don't cause me any trouble in the score centre, please.
Yeah, that's right. So
I've already said my piece. I'm not talking about that anymore.
Yeah,
let's go to Premier Division, Ryan.
Yeah, we'll quickly touch on Premier Division for the break. Obviously, today's game, I think the other big one for me is the South Croydon Noble Park one. We saw a bit of Southern Croydon last week on Anzac Day. Played pretty well, but couldn't get the job. Sorry, they did get the job done. Apologies. But I think when you take on Noble Park, who are a really tough side, Blake, it's hard to go past Noble Park.
Yeah, considering South Croydon as well on a 4-day break, so it's going to be even more hard. So I think it's going to be a good game. You know, I think South Croydon's outs. I think they just had the 2 outs. That's pretty good from a 4-day turnaround. You know, you expect to have a few sore bodies and all that. So, but you can't just rule out the champions. And I feel like the champions of Noble Park, they should run out the game. So
and they've got some massive inclusions as well. Josh Stern and Blake O'Leary coming back from VFL level as well. So they are massive inclusions. As a score update in the Development League, East Ringwood 3-4-22, Vermont 9-9-63. So the Eagles are definitely home there.
I think in this particular game, Ryan, I just think that I think Noble Park have won their last 2 matches, and I'm picking them by 2 goals.
Absolutely. We'll take another break, and then when we're back, we'll bring in the callers for the Eastland Match of the round between Vermont and East Ringwood.
Day at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, a very good afternoon to you one and all as we bring you the coverage today from East Ringwood Reserve. A massive clash today. It's Premier Division footy as two sides are looking for their second win of the season. East Ringwood, the home side, up against a Vermont side, which probably not quite reaching the highest standards that they have in recent years. But both sides come into this game with one win and one loss. Great to be with you this afternoon. My name is Brett Best and I'll be calling the action for you this afternoon alongside my co-commentator who we'll meet in just a moment. But let's quickly introduce the rest of the team today who are assembled, and before the guys probably making their way down to the boundary, so I won't grab them just yet. But on special comments today, he's Vermont's #1 ticket holder, so he's got to try and be impartial today. Wayne Brasher. Brash, welcome to you, mate.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you, Brett. Just like you're the #1 ticket holder at Noble Park, eh?
Actually, I haven't paid my membership.
Haven't you? Hey, don't worry, neither have I.
Maybe it's, what do you call it, when you get given one? Complimentary. Yeah,
that's look, it's fantastic. It's fantastic to see a rivalry renewed today. Like I said earlier, a lot of these players wouldn't understand the rivalry, so they're going to have to create some of their own again this afternoon. But I think we're in for a very, very good and very even contest this afternoon between these two sides.
It's a tough one to call, isn't it?
It's going to be a tough one. I'll give you my selection now. I'm going to go with Vermont by 12 points. That's how close I think this game's going to be.
All right. Alongside Brash this afternoon, Montrose's #1 ticket holder. I don't know if he's paid his membership either. Blake Kennett.
Funny fact, I actually got my membership. Literally,
your father paid for it?
No. I'm a coach, so coaches get membership.
Really?
So, yep. Does
that mean if I come up and be your assistant coach, I get a ticket?
You do, mate. You do.
Okay.
So, but no. Thanks for welcoming me, Besto. Good to see you back on Eastern Footy League game day. It's always good to listen to your call, and what a game we have today. I couldn't think of. This is probably the first time we've seen the new promoted team of East Ringwood to come up to Premier Division and play against, the powerhouse club that was about 4 to 5 years ago. I know they missed finals last year, but it's going to be an exciting game of footy. I'm really excited for it.
Indeed. I'm struggling to remember who's where because we've got so many people launching around, but I think Josh Ward might be in the score centre today. Joshy? He doesn't have a microphone at the moment, so what we will do is we'll introduce you to the man alongside me who's making his, his premier calling debut today, and he's done a fantastic job calling the women's matches, and I think he's done might have done a match of the day a year or two back. Trent Callan. Trent, it's great to be calling with you, mate. Welcome.
No, thanks, Besto. It's seriously good to be here. Looking forward to today's contest along with the crew, so we can't ask for better conditions to welcome us here at East Ringwood Reserve.
Indeed. Paul Yucani's in the stats centre, I think, today. So he'll be keeping an eye on all things stats. We're just doing a bit of a microphone swap. Paul, welcome to you, mate.
Cheers, Besto. Yeah, it should be a great game.
Oh dear.
Should be,
fun and games.
It's called musical microphones.
All right, so for those of us who do have microphones, let's just get some tips as the I think the main goal, the Reese's game's just finished. So tips, boys. Paul, we'll start with you since we're having a chat to you. Which way are you leaning today?
I reckon it'll be close, but I'm leaning towards East Ringwood because they like home ground advantage, and they don't lose a lot here. And Vermont, we were talking about Vermont earlier. I think it'll definitely be close. It could definitely go either way, but I'm leaning towards East Ringwood by about 2 goals.
Blake, Tennant, which way are you going, mate?
Oh, look, it's a hard one, and I feel like it's funny because East Ringwood, they've had a heartbreaker to South Croydon round 1, and from reports they should have won, and to win last week comfortably against Park Orchards, and Vermont have done the exact same thing. So, but I think you've got to get the team that's full of momentum at the moment, and I feel like that's going to go to East Ringwood.
East Ringwood, all right. So we got Brash's tip before. He's gone with Vermont by 12, so 2-1. Josh Ward.
If you guys can hear me, I've got the handheld microphone, not the headset like you fellas. But yeah, it's an interesting game. I'm looking forward to this one. Backing East Ringwood because they've got, Sam Lowson, Connor Waitman, Corey Preston coming into the side. It's a stacked East Ringwood lineup, and yeah, I'm backing them for the win by 3 goals here.
Yeah, I'm on East Ringwood as well. I see Connor Waitman. He was in the side, then he was out, and he's back in again. So I think that'll make a massive difference. And with the Farmer boys, particularly big Trent up there, kicking a bag today, I think East Ringwood will get up on this ground. And then who we had? Anyone else? No, I know Trent, but I'm just forgetting who we haven't asked. And then my co-commentator, Trent Callan. Trent, which way are you going, mate?
No, I'm finding it sort of hard to split these two. I've got mates on both teams, so I've got a foot in both camp.
Got to be impartial.
No, yeah, for sure. But I think the inclusion of Waitman certainly adds a bit of depth to that East Ringwood outfit, and they're obviously playing with confidence at the moment, so that's probably where I'm headed at the moment.
Fantastic. All right, well, the general consensus seems to be that East Ringwood might. I'm not sure if our boundary riders are in position. Can you guys see if they are down? All right, boys on the boundary, have you got us? Not just you by the sounds.
They'll probably go East Ringwood anyway, wouldn't they?
We'll
Sorry, Best, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, my tip, I think East Ringwood on form. Both sides coming off a win, obviously. I'm just think with the Roos, their ins, Lowson's the big one. I think they will have enough to get the job done, but 2 or 3 goals at most.
Yeah, I have to agree with Ryan here. On the home ground advantage, and also just given the form that Vermont's been in, it's really hard to tell where they're at, especially, losing to Berwick at home. I have to go with East Ringwood here. I feel like they're going to be the more consistent side throughout the year.
Can I call some other guest tips to help me out here, Brett?
Yeah, where you go?
Oh, I'll ask Lee and... Can I ask Lee and Meg? Maybe they could go for Vermont.
There's a bloke outside the commentary box. Maybe we could ask him and
see. Okay, I'll be the lone wolf then. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, but just think, Brash, if Vermont do get up, we're all going to look pretty stupid, aren't we?
Yeah, but if East Ringwood get up, I'm going to look like pretty stupid too, aren't I?
More stupid than usual. Anyway.
Oh, well, look, it's... We're having a lot of fun and games, and this is how we roll here in this team, and we're going to have a great call, Brett.
Just going to be a little bit of a delay because for whatever reason we haven't even got the teams on the park yet. We sort of have, but there's a few people out there having kick to kick, so we're going to be a little bit delayed in the start. So the keys to today's game, boys. I mean, where do we see it being won and lost, Blake?
Well, like if you have a look at East Ringwood's form line, like that is, we saw it we saw it. Sorry about that, the mic chop there. We saw it. In the finals last year, having Sam Lowson coming into the side, great bonus. Kicking 5 goals, and then you got Trent Farmer as well. Those two. You talk as well, Brush, about Batman and Robin. That's kind of like that. Those two are exactly like each other. They work really well in the forward line, and I wouldn't be surprised if both of them, if they could get it going early. I think both of them will be definitely the keys to the game.
The key for me, and I'll ask Brash just because he's across it, but and I saw a bit of the game. I think it was last week's game, and he had a starring role, winning the ball out of the middle, time after time. But Lockie Johns, Brash. So if they can sort of stop his influence, who else is going to sort of be the main central point for Vermont?
Well, I think they're obviously going to rely on a lot of their half back line too. You've got Harry Banfield, you've got Matty Arnott. There's going to be a lot of guys running through that midfield. They're going to miss Connor McCafferty, the captain today, off that back line. I think that they probably don't bat as deep in the midfield, Brett. But I think it's more. There has been a real changing dynamic in that in the midfield, and I would expect that whoever they run through there this afternoon is obviously going to gain some experience. I just sort of think that when you look at East Ringwood side, I agree with what everyone else has said. There is a lot of experience, and bringing back those VFL listed players really does strengthen their forward line. But also too, a guy like Hannon Mundy, right, who now gets the luxury of actually playing down in a forward line, whose height at 6'3", he's quite agile, can take a mark and kick a goal. He's going to create some headaches for the Vermont backline this afternoon. Wouldn't surprise me if a guy like James Ross might go to him.
Yep. One big out that I've noticed for Vermont, I'm pretty sure he's been playing in the ruck, is Rossiter.
Yes,
who's come out, but they do have Zach Hanlon, I think, who can play.
From East Burwood. He's been a good pickup, Zach Hanlon. Obviously, Vermont need to really look at a lot of other positions. I think Wilcox coming back into that side as well gives them some starch in that back line as well. Statistically, Vermont and the Vermont sides have always been defensively rated 1, 2 or 3 in the last 5 to 6 years, so I don't expect that to change anytime soon. It's where Vermont have probably dropped off is their goal kicking from previous years. They've gone from being like a 100 to 110 a week point side back down to 70 or 80, and that it's very much Moorabak like. When you lose all your key scorers, you sort of do come back to the pack a bit, but that doesn't mean it gives opportunities to others.
Well, the other thing you can do, Trent, I suppose, is when you lose your scoring power up forward, you just put more focus on your defence, because at the end of the day, if the opposition can't score, you're still going to win the game, aren't you? So it's just a matter of maybe changing your focus a bit more to your defensive structures.
Yeah, that's it. And I think it'll be important for both sides. You mentioned that dynamic duo of Sam Lowson and Trent Farmer. So it'll be interesting to see who sort of goes to that pair. But I think that's where the game will be won and lost today as we head to the boundary.
So East Ringwood have won the toss. They're going to go to the right of the radio dial, if you're listening on that. And just a note on conditions down here. Not a strong breath of wind at all. In fact, it's very, very still, quite overcast. Some of the clouds look a little bit threatening, but it's not meant to rain, so we'll see where they head. But other than that, pretty lovely day for footy.
Looks pretty pleasant. Don't say any talk about any rain. It's going to be fine.
I got my fingers crossed.
We're not too far away from starting. The boys are in the middle. There's the big boy, Mitch Farmer, wearing number 7, just standing by the umpire, so we shouldn't be too far away from getting started. Really looking forward to this one. We've all sort of tipped it to be quite a close one.
Probably the clash of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, will be the 2 number 9s. John's going against Bearlow. I think that's going to be pivotal in deciding the outcome of this game this afternoon.
And here's Trent Callan to get us underway.
So the stage is set. The Noel Jones Cup as Jenkins with the first clearance finds Banfield with hand. High inside 50. Off hands. Crummers can get to work. There's Vassis getting involved. Spinning. Shot goal with Tyson Calder it was. Bounces through for a minor score. Hot start for Vermont. Kicking to the left of the screen.
So it's going to be East Ringwood to bring the ball back in. That was a good start by Vermont, looking very strikers. The kick goes out to about out towards the wing. Up they fly. Ball falls for East Ringwood. That's not going to come out of there anytime soon. And we're going to have a stoppage. The big boy Kane, Marcus Kane, took possession. So it's interesting to see how the ruck battle goes today. Up it goes. Nicely palmed there by East Ringwood as the ball comes out. And they've got possession. Little handball off there to, we've got a number 28 out there. There it is, Preston. We just had a couple of number changes late. They go inside 50. Can they get a mark? In fact, there's a shot for goal, and it's gone through.
Preston.
It was Preston, number 28, who we were just talking about, and he just put it onto his right boot. And let's have a look at the replay just to see what happened here. It was good play. He just jinked around and got the kick away. And yeah, gone through. So Preston gets his first of the day. Corey Preston, and first goal of the game goes the way of East Ringwood. And they lead by 1 straight to no score in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we've had about a couple of minutes.
Just as well, what we touched on about with the keys to the game, how good was Lowson's explosiveness just there, just to hand that ball over to Preston. And I think that's his first goal for the club, so massive goal for him.
So taking the chances here are East Ringwood. They win the third clearance again through that man Preston. Dribble ball forward. Stacks on style. Might have been in the back there. The way of the Roos.
It was definitely there. It was definitely there.
So Trent Farmer within striking range. I think the arcs are measured at 40, so well within his capabilities here. Trent Farmer. He's got a good first name on him. So in he strolls now. Left boot on its way. I'll tell you what. That left boot, we don't have that part in common.
What do you have in common? Your name's Trent.
That's about it. East Ringwood travel to 2 straight. Vermont with the 1 blemish alongside their name.
Good start here by East Ringwood. Won the couple of centre clearances. Preston's dangerous early, managing to get out of the forward. Let's go to Paul Uconi.
East Ringwood have been very efficient to start off this game. They've had 2 inside 50s for 2 goals.
So back in the middle, up she flies. One out there by Vermont. They get the clearance as well, which is helpful as they go forward. Scrubby old kick into the hands there of Rathjen. Sorry, it wasn't Rathjen, it was Ali. And I was right the first time, it was Rathjen. As the kick goes inside 50, can they get a mark? Almost juggled, but dropped. It's on the ground, trying to get it out there was Connor Waitman. Waitman did pretty well, and they'll get it out, East Ringwood. Danger times. Ball goes past about the half-back line. Little handball back. Nicely picked up there, and off they go. That's Lowson. We've talked about him already today. Decides to try and switch the play across field, but it's been spoiled for the moment. And they're trying to get his hands on it was Ali, and he was taken in a high tackle. And that's going to be a free kick to East Ringwood. So just waiting for him to get up. Explosive play, Ali. You can just see he's just so quick. When he gets the ball, he can just take off in the blink of an eye, and he's going to go back and line up. So as Trent said, the arc's out here probably more like about 40 metres rather than 50, so it's not as long a kick as it seems.
Crew tackle there once again by Vermont in that back 50s, given East Ringwood once again another scoring opportunity.
Indeed. So here's the big man himself, Ali. Long loping stride as he comes in. Let's see how he goes. We're right behind this one, so we'll be able to tell you. And I'll tell you what, he has kicked it. Beautiful kick. So Ali puts it through, his first of the day. And it's looking good for East Ringwood at the moment. They get their third of the day. And it's 3 straight to no score. And they're going to go back to score, but after 4.5.
Blake, how important was it for Vassis to take that mark? Because as soon as he spilt the mark, East Ringwood pounced on the loose ball, created that chain of handballs, and once again set up another forward 50 opportunity.
Yeah, and as Ben Osborne said, the same thing here. He actually really wanted that to happen. You know, the ball was on the ground, picked it up, and yes, Ali just kicks the goal there.
So back in the middle of East Ringwood Reserve, there's Jenkins. Not the required distance to Banfield. He can wheel and go and send this one to a hot spot to contest in the ruck. It's well fisted out there by East Ringwood, and then Ali turns tackler. This time working defensively. So 5 minutes played here. The Roos have created a nice little buffer early. The ball sits on the deck again, and the umpire will cross his chest, and we'll have another ball up in the same spot. Robbie Ross, first game back. after injury. Played the Rezzies last week to ease him in. They appeal for holding the ball inside 50, the hot spot again. It's a marking infringe, but it might be his advantage play.
Free kick. Yeah.
Free kick there. They call for advantage and the goal's been kicked. So there you go. Adrian Kalkowski was swooping on the loose ball. Some presence of mind there. Quick thinking, and Vermont have their first of the day.
So important for Vermont there, Brett, just to get a goal, because East Ringwood looked like they were stealing a march here with some early momentum.
Indeed, they needed to stop the right. I thought that was decent, to be honest, but your eyes are better than mine. So, Kolkoski, as the ball goes up in the middle, they fly one out of the middle by East Ringwood, but they don't get the clearance. But the umpire says we'll have to ball it. In fact, it's a free kick.
Yeah, round the shoulder.
Didn't see too much in that, but anyway, as Vermont going forward, if they could get another one quickly, but there's plenty of defence there, and Ringwood are 2-on-1, and they're happy just to see it over the line off the hands of Donnelly. So they will bring it back into play. Chris Cheney. And so 3-1, the perfect game for both sides at the moment.
Great stalwart of East Ringwood, Chris Cheney.
Indeed. So Cheney chips it out, finds a target in Delaney. It's Damon Delaney in the back pocket, looking for options to go up the line. Now he sends it. Long kick up towards the centre wing. Ball bouncing around. Look at the number of East Ringwood players around the ball. They really are, they look hungrier for the when the ball is on the ground. And at the back of that, or the bottom of that, should I say, is Below. And the umpire says we'll throw it up again. Up it goes. It won by Vermont that time. Just Farmer got pushed out of the way unceremoniously. Winger Walsh it was who took it. And he's taken it across the boundary line for a throw-in.
So broadcast side will be tossed back into play. An important major there for Vermont to reel back. A hot start from East Ringwood. 2 rucks to contest again. He might have copped a stray elbow there. Adam it was. Waitman tackled. The umpire and then slung. He's almost ridden into the turf. The umpire didn't see anything untoward about it. And he'll toss it back up again. Adams back to his feet again. Palm down straight down the throat of Waitman, who can lob it over the top to his teammate in Farmer, who wastes no time in heading inside 50, and the Roos will mark in front of Ross. It was the stand-in captain for today.
With Sam Lowson, you can't afford to even give him a 2-metre head start, because if you deliver the ball in front of him, no one is going to get past him or even get near him.
Just so explosive too, Brash.
Yeah.
So Lowson, the crowd will tell the story here. He's
I think that's
kicked
out
it to the narrow side, and in fact doesn't trouble the scorers there. So
that is a very hard part of this ground to try and kick a goal. You need actually the wind to sort of help you a little bit to kick that. To get the direction.
And there doesn't look to be much of it out there just at the moment. So Vermont to bring the ball back into play, but Lowson, how good is he looking? He's looking like an absolute superstar. And Vermont have got themselves in trouble here. It was Arnett who decided to have a bit of a run, and he's been caught. And is it a free kick?
Yeah, that's a...
it's a holding the ball free kick.
That's a cardinal sin for any backman, being undecided and then all of a sudden getting caught in your tracks.
So it's decent. It's Norton, should I say. So he's got the footy. I keep looking at the wrong side of the score sheet. So it's going to be Norton who will have a kick. Another difficult one from a tough angle.
Might have to go with the old reverse banana here, I reckon.
The Chinada, as Ben Dixon calls it. He's going to have a crack. How does it look? No, umpire was tapping his chest pretty early, and it's gone through for a minor score. So one more to the East Ringwood total. They're still looking good. 3-1-19. Plays 1-1-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 9.5.
Just that pressure as well. It's just incredible. It's a great start. This is why East Ringwood are winning at this early stage of this game.
So they head to the numbers on the outer wing side. Stepping through traffic was Vermont. They can head to Kalkowski in the air. It's broken up. James O'Connor with the crumb. Put his teammate under immediate heat, and the umpire will circle and call the ball up. Just couldn't quite handle the hot footy at the moment. Of a ball up, 30 out from home the way of Vermont. Ross just taps it into space. He'll get a second chance here, the Roos defender, and just paddles it over the boundary line. His friend there.
I think Robbie Ross is giving his forwards and on-ballers every opportunity here at the moment. I think that the ruck duel is evenly poised at this early stage.
So, on the arc here, 2 rucks contest again. It's a fascinating duel at the moment. Ross again has to get down and dirty with that one, and wrapped up immediately by Cherney it was. So,
but that's exactly where Robbie Ross is at his best, getting down and dirty.
It's good to see him back after injury. He throws this one on the boot. It's a dribbling ball into the hot spot, and a good tackle laid there. So another ball up, Besto.
All right, so Vermont doing all right at the moment. They've got some field position, but they just need to start putting some points on the board, create a little bit of scoreboard pressure. There's the ball up. No one really getting to it at all. Everyone was kind of blocked as the tackle on the ground. I think that might have been Collier under there. But it's come out, but the kick is smothered, and in the end it goes out of bounds. Crowd getting a bit excited, probably calling for deliberate, but we don't really ever see that paid.
Noah Burke in for his first ever senior game. That's a good little 1%er to get himself involved in the contest.
Indeed, two debutants in the Vermont side today. Also Valanis, as the ball is on the ground. It was Coughlin who went in there trying to win it. It's well and truly wrapped up there, and the umpire will have to come in and ball it up. So good conditions out here today. I think we've got a temperature of around 15 degrees. Overcast, but they don't look like rain clouds at the moment. So let's hope it stays that way. Up it goes. One out of the middle there by Swizbeliak. And we'll have another stoppage. It's a bit of a stoppage fest at the moment. Up it goes. A bit of a little draw in the ruck that time as the ball comes out. And taken across the boundary line there by James Below. And we'll have another stoppage as we go down to Paul in the stats centre. Paul, have you got some stats?
Yeah, both sides defensively are bringing the heat early, 7 tackles apiece.
So toss back into play. There's it on display there. Paul, more tackling pressure. Couldn't quite exit. Kalkovsky tries to break through, and Vassis turns tackler there. So a good chance to score here from Vermont. The umpire gets in the way there. It invites Ross to go to work, and out on the full is the result there. It's a good little shepherd there from the umpire.
You can tell East Ringwood want to get the game and get and run and gun, whereas Vermont are quite prepared to look for stoppages and try and control the tempo of his game.
So Marotta onto the far side, only as far as Wilcox it was. He's got a handball on the 45. It wasn't on, and over the line he steps, so it'll be tossed back into play there. In front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 3-1-19, East Ringwood playing Vermont 1-2-8. 60 out from home here. Hanlon, first sighting of him in the ruck. He palms it down to his teammate. In Calder it might have been, bouncing ball inside 50. Ross parks himself at home on the deck now. Stacks on style, and we'll have another ball up, 20 out from home.
So a lot of stoppages in the game so far as both sides just try to feel each other out. Umpire to put it up, as Trent said. Zach Hanlon now in the ruck for Vermont. Good inclusion for them, and that kick's going to go out of bounds on the far side there.
No such thing, Lukey.
Chased by Johns.
No such thing as deliberate out of bounds in this comp.
Yeah, it rarely ever gets paid. I think I've probably seen it once in about 5 years.
It is a rule, is it? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So umpire to throw it in again.
You know Ray Baird won't be happy about that then.
He'll be listening too, Ray. Yeah, probably. There it goes. Well, nicely won to the front spot there by Swizbeliak. I'm going to murder that name all day. As the ball is taken there, and it's well and truly wrapped up.
Don't worry, Brett. I've been butchering it for years.
Why can't he just call himself Smith or something? One out of the middle there by the aforementioned as the ball goes forward inside 50. Trying to get a mark there, but a good spoil coming in there from Norris, the big man. And he gets a good pat on the scon as well. Good defensive work there. And we'll have a throw in the right forward pocket.
Come a little bit of a Dow struggle at the moment, Blake, as both sides are trying to get some ascendancy here.
Yeah, try and get some more momentum. I think that's what Vermont are trying to do, keeping inside their 450.
It's Kalkovsky again. It's broken up. O'Connor gang tackled and brought to the deck. You're right, it's a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment. The free-flowing nature's gone out of the game momentarily, but late in the quarter, hopefully something can manufacture forward. There's Burke to contest. Can they get a sock off again? He missed it off the deck, and
chance.
Thiessen it was as we head to Josh Ward around the grounds. Got an update.
So in Premier Division, Park Orchard's fast start against Roeville, 3-2-20, Roeville 1-1-7. First Division, Beaconsfield 3 straight 18, South Belgrave just the 2 behind, Templestowe 3-5-23 over the 2 behind the Basin, and in Third Division, Oakley District 2 straight 12 over Warrandyte 3 behind.
So Hanlon on the intercept, eyes darting in the corridor, finds a teammate in the centre of East Ringwood Reserve, who can pump him inside 50. Vass has got the city, sailed over his head. Norris at ground level, tries to gather. He's got Kalkowski for company and it trickles out. So another forward half stoppage the way of Vermont here. We toss back into play for Ross to contest again. Adam beats him out and they hack it out of there. The Roos, Hanlon standing in the hole once more, marks. He's quick to play on through the corridor once more. Marking there was Damien Fury, who can wheel and go and stick this one inside 50. Burke's there with a fly, falls at the ground level. They've got good representation at the fall. Vermont and wrapped up, and the umpire will have it.
Not enough talking there by 2 Vermont forwards there.
So up it goes in the goal square, dangerous spot. Let's see if they can get it up. They do really well. And that was, would have been Kane who got the kick out there, but it's going to come straight back off the boot of Fisher. He got absolutely slammed, and it's off to the races. They go with Ali. Ali gets a kick out, and they're out here, bouncing around, trying to get his hands on it. There was Keedley, gets it inside 50, but it's not going to be marked. And Vermont under a bit of pressure, but they do all right. Nicely worked there to Ross. Ross gets a dangerous kick across goal, and they're under a wee bit of pressure. And the hands now of Norton as they hook it back towards goal. Let's have a look at this one. I think it's gone. It's through. Great kick. And I think it was Norton, boys. Was that correct? I just took my eyes off him for a moment.
In a sec.
No.
No.
I think it was Kane. Yeah,
Kane.
it was Kane.
All right, we'll give it to Kane. All right, I just took my eyes off the play for just 1 minute. And Marcus Kane.
That was a poor option there by James Ross, and it's always dangerous when you're going across goal and not hitting a target.
Just as well. How good was it to see that as soon as the tackle was done, Ali was off to the races, and it just kept following on. And East Ringwood were out there.
Yeah, it looks very, very dangerous indeed. Back in the middle as the ball is won out of the stoppage once again, goes inside 50. They've had a few inside 50s, Vermont. It'd be interesting to know the stats. Paul might have those. As the ball is knocked away there by East Ringwood towards the boundary line. That's Preston. He's been pretty good on the early stages. Finds a target to in Coughlin, and they'll bring it out from half-back.
Out of bounds.
In fact, it's out of bounds.
Yeah. On the full.
Yep.
So Vermont's footy.
This is Doreo.
Left half forward flack, and he's
25.
He's being marched further afield.
I don't know if that was descent. I think it was just the way that the ball came back.
East Ringwood players looking
That's
pretty
the shortest 25 I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I've never seen a 25 that short.
That was more like 2.5.
I don't think.
Come on, boys.
That
Come on,
probably
back me
wasn't
up.
even 5
Mate,
metres.
you're right, Blakey. I'm not buying blood. I wouldn't be buying real estate off him either.
So Calvin Dario, measured approach, left foot on its way, makes no mistake.
That has to be the shortest 25 I've ever seen in my whole life of footy.
Vermont gets some reward for effort. The ball's lived in their front half the last 5 or so minutes as we head to Paul in the stat centre.
Speaking of the inside 50s, Vermont lead the inside 50 count 9-5. They've had 6 of the last 7 inside 50s, but they really needed a goal there after having that many inside 50s.
The one thing I've noticed about East Ringwood, when they break, they've got a very open forward line, and they're backing their runners to run onto the ball.
Yep, getting plenty of opportunities, the Vermont side. No surprises there. Hanlon wins it out of the ruck. Nicely won there by Fury. Fury gets it forward. A big tackle coming in there in the middle of the ground, but the umpire says nothing doing. Play on, and there's Dario, who's been really good for Vermont.
I watched his father play Fury. He was a very good tackler. It's like father, like son right there.
Let's go into the score centre.
Couple of quick third division scores. Donvale 3 straight 18, Coldstream 3 behind. Whitehorse Pioneers 2-1-13, French Gully 2-3-15.
Thanks, Josh. Here's a snap at goal, but it's nicely blocked. It was Kalkowski who got the shot, but a good bit of defending there, and I think there's a free kick here somewhere going the way of East Ringwood, so
Yep.
they'll be able to clear.
Shoulder, head,
Throw.
tackle then.
So Ballo, dangerous little ball, cross goal, pays off, and they're
They're
out here.
Yep.
They've got the numbers on the far side. Coughlin marks and plays on quickly. Dabby little ball, and Ross had enough time to intercept there. So obviously Connor McCafferty missing today. He's standing up in the ruck, in the captain role rather. He heads wide there for Razjan, who can head further afield. Burke's got the sit here, and Mark's on the juggle. The debutant will be happy with that grab. Get his confidence sky high in the first term. He can jam this one a high up and under inside 50. Ross has got about 3 to beat. And he might have given the free kick away in the end here. So the numbers winning out there for East Ringwood in the air. And it'll go to that man again, Ballo or Bilo. Cross goal again. He's got O'Connor short. Kalkovsky mans the mark.
Don't mind the jersey tucked in. Don't mind that one.
Short again. They hug this boundary line right in front of us here. We've got a good view of it.
Man of your own art there, Blake.
No, I didn't wear it, but I don't mind it.
So the Roos head to true centre wing. The fist came from Ross, and then the smother from East Ringwood affected the ball forward, and Lockie Jenkins fumbles it over the line. In front of the coaching staff there on the interchange bench. Besto.
So umpire to throw it back in. It's been a pretty interesting first quarter, this one. I think Vermont would be pretty happy with the situation. As we go to Josh in the school centre just really quickly.
Waverley Blues, 7 straight 42 to Mulgrave, 2-1-13 out there at Mulgrave Reserve.
Thanks, Josh. As the ball goes inside 50. Oh, great grab back there. Terrific defender. Oh, who's that? Number 16 is Pay for Vermont, but a dodgy old kick, and he's given it away here to Ali, but he couldn't quite get his hands on it. It could have been really dangerous. They might still get out of this as the little handball goes out wide, and in the end they do. They're lucky.
Dodged the bullet
Vermont.
there.
And Dario saves the day, takes the mark in the back pocket and just chips it out. They were very fortunate there. So we've had about 22 minutes in this term, so we've probably got another maybe 4 or 5 minutes to go. We've had, 6 goals, so could be quite a bit of time still to play as they go up the lineup. They fly. It was Ross of the Robbie variety. The ball comes back, nicely done there by number 28, who was Preston. He's been pretty good so far today, Preston. So can they get a late one here, East Ringwood? Needs the kick into the centre, but it's been nicely worked away. Ball bouncing around awkwardly, trying to get his hands on it. There was O'Connor.
I think what's keeping Vermont in this contest at the moment is their tackling pressure around the contest. They've tackled extremely well in this first quarter.
They have indeed. So taken out of the ruck by Vermont. They get another inside 50. They've had plenty of those, just unnecessarily haven't been able to convert. As they get the footy, now the pass goes back, it goes past number 2, and number 2 is Dario, who's been particularly good. As they get the footy out to an East Ringwood player, number 17, and that's not Wilcox, it's not sure who it is, but anyway, we've moved on. Little handball out, and once again, Vermont to rebound.
Good mark taken there. Number 9 it was. Scott Banfield running shotgun. You can pump him inside 50. Hanlon uses his body well to perfection. Zach Hanlon with a good mark inside 50.
So he's a big man, Hanlon, isn't he?
He certainly is.
He's been throwing his weight around early in this first term and just nudged Mariota out of the contest there. And for all East Ringwood's scoreboard pressure, Vermont can almost level this up.
He's got a bit of Nick Murphy about him, Brash.
Yeah, there is a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, just when you look at his face, but probably a little bit bigger than Nick, but...
So Hanlon rather, he'll kick from just short of 40 metres. It's a calm approach and easy as you like, Zach Hanlon. So East Ringwood 4-1-25, Vermont 3-3-21 as we head to Josh Ward in around the grounds.
So some Premier Division scores: Baldwin 4-1-25, Norwood 2-5-17, South Croydon a fast start against Noble Park 3-1-19 to 1-2-8 Noble Park. Park Orchards have extended their advantage 6-3-39 to 1-2-8 Roval, and Berwick lead 3 straight 18 to just 1 behind for Doncaster.
So back in the middle, looks like Roval are gone for season 23.
Just don't tell Ray.
Handler gets the tap out, nicely won by Bielo. Works his way out of the congestion. Now he gets it forward. He won't speak to me now as the ball goes inside 50. Mark almost taken there by Farmer, but the ball goes loose. Now it's back there in the hands of Johnson. He does well. Tim gets it out to Wilcox. He's out in the back pocket. And they're doing it. In fact, there's a whistle here and it's out of bounds, but that's all right for
Ray, to probably tell you, like the old-fashioned way, Brett, wash your mouth out with soap. Making something like that statement.
He's so easy to wind up, though. As the umpire to throw it back in, we can't have long to go. We've had 25.5 in this first term. Nicely won there by Swazbiliak. And the umpire says it's a stoppage because the ball won't come out of there. So a really interesting game, this. We thought Vermont might have been a bit outclassed, but they've hung in there. They've had plenty of inside 50s, and they're only 4 points behind on the scoreboard. As the ball is on the ground, and there's that Mandario who's been terrific in this first term. Must be close to best on as the kick goes inside 50. Shot at goal, in fact, and it's off target and 3 for a minor score. So one more to the East Ringwood total makes it, just wait for the board to tick over. I think it's 4-2-26 to 3-3-21, and we're 26.5 minutes gone in the final term. The first term, sorry.
So here's Fisher. They're out here if he can step past his mark up. Grubby little ball forward and it'll trickle out. So
that's a shocking kick, Joey Fisher.
He'd love that one back.
It's one of yours, Bresh.
Mate, mine would have gone backwards, not forwards.
So it'll be tossed back in front of the Roos coaching staff. Robbie Ross just disposes of his opponent in Mundy and dump a long one. In best position there was Bielo, who's been the glue that's held this East Ringwood backline up so far.
Looking for options.
Heads into the corridor, the switch is on. He eyes Mundy on the far wing, who can sit up. It's fisted out of his reach. Ali's there, front and centre, a sweeping handball forward. Farmer on the stretch, couldn't quite rein it in, and Arnott through the corridor. Kavkoski, Bellow again up to contest. Flip over the head there from Hanlon. The party tricks have come out early in the first term. And that might be either out on the full or it'll be thrown in. So it bounced on the right side of the paint there. Some good transition footy there from the Eagles. And it'll be tossed back into play. 30 out from home. Hanlon and Mundy versing each other in the ruck. Mundy gets the front spot with the palm down. They've got good representation at the fall, do the Roos. They slap it out of there. That was Marotta, although it'll be coming straight back. Tyson Calder can stick this one to the hot spot. Hanlon's there, and the Siren's also there. So East Ringwood 4-1-25 lead Vermont 3-3-21. They trail by 4 points here in this first term. Have you got the goal scorers there, Besto?
I have indeed. There's no major goal scorers, so there's been a bunch of singles to various people. Farmer has one, Preston has one, Kane and Ali have one each for East Ringwood. I hope I haven't missed anyone. Kulkoski's got one for Vermont, as has Hanlon, and that's about it. So a pretty interesting first term. There's nothing in it at this stage. We thought it would be close, and so it's proved. It's East Ringwood by 4-1-25, leading Vermont 3-3-21 at quarter time, and we'll come back and analyse the first quarter in just a moment.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve as we just going through the quarter-time break at the moment, so we look forward to our boundary riders giving us a little bit of an insight from the various huddles, and hopefully we'll get to chat to one of the coaches very shortly as well. But we'll get some scores from in the score centre.
Yeah, so it's kicking off with Premier Division Baldwin 5-1-31, Norwood 2-5-17, South 3-1-19 to Norwood Park 2-2-14. Park Orchards, it's still 39-8 out there, and Berwick, no score changes there. First Division, Moorbach 2-1-13 to Moorbach 4-3-26. South Belgrave 4-2-26 leading Beaconsfield 4 straight 24 out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Thank you very much for that score, Blake Tennant. Montrose up 24-1. Still no scores from Quamby Reserve. Montana South 5-2-32 leading Croydon 1-5-11. Second Division out at Batherham. The Basin 2-2-14, Templestowe 3-6-24, East Burwood 5-4-34 leading Baronia 3-4-22, Ringwood 3-4-22 to Upper Ferntree Gully 3 straight 18, Waverley Blues 9-1-55, Mulgrave 2-2-14, still no scores from Knox versus Heathmont. Third Division, Donvale 4-4-28 to Coldstream 1-3-9, Oakley District 3 straight 18, Morandite 2-4-16, Sylvan 1-4-10, Fair Park just the one behind, Whitehorse Pioneers 2-3-15, Ferntree Gully 2-4-16, and into fourth division, Croydon North Emlock 3-2-20, trailing Forest Hill 4-3-27. Nuttawading, well, according to Game Day, they've kicked 2 goals 21-33 to Churnside Park 6-2-38, but it might be a bit different. It might be a bit different. No, I'll keep. That might be changed. Kilsyth 1-6-12, leading Surrey Park 1-3-9 out there at Pinks Reserve.
If it is a true score, it'll be a game to see, not. Just quickly around the panel as everyone starts to clear up the field. Brace, what did you make of that first term? Vermont came back. They had a lot of inside 50s. They were down on the scoreboard, but they came back and they're right in this Sunday.
Yeah, contrasting styles for both sides. East Ringwood, when they get the ball and they start flowing, let's go downstairs to Ryan.
Interesting contest. It was a pretty hot contest there in the first quarter. Your thoughts on the term?
Yeah, it's good. It feels like a good game of footy, and we knew it was going to be. And I think the first sort of 5 minutes they jumped us a little bit. Some of their quality players who they brought in hurt us a little bit early, but yeah, it's a good contest. We thought we fought our way back, and we had a lot of time in front half, which was pleasing.
Certainly, is it just the execution up forward when you go in there? You certainly were able to lock it in a fair bit in that quarter, and then it's just about getting the ball on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's played. It's a funny game. They're sending one behind the footy a little bit, so then we get one behind the footy. So it's going to be played a little bit through the midfield. But yeah, we need to sharpen up a little bit going forward. I don't know what the inside 50 numbers were, but we felt like we were really on top, especially after the first 5 minutes.
All the best for the rest of the game, Adam.
All right, back in the middle, just before we get restart again, Blake, very quickly, your thoughts on that first quarter?
Interesting first quarter, you know. I think, as I touched on, as soon as there was a turnover and it was in the East Ringwood team, they just ran, and they kicked all their goals, I reckon, from, a bit from score from turnover. So it'll be good to see this second quarter to see if Vermont can try and do the same as what East Ringwood are doing.
Thanks, Blakey, as we get set for the second term. So 4-point lead as the umpire throws it up. Up they fly, but was Bielik went right past it. Might still work out, though, for the East Ringwood side. Running past it, there was Ali. Worked off the ball in the hands there for a moment of Connor Waitman, but he's taken a heavy tackle and gets a bit of facial from Arnott. In fact, Arnott's won a free kick, so the umpire must have played holding the ball as the kick goes across the ground. It's not a good one, though, and it's easily intercepted, and they'll come back East Ringwood. So 4-point lead at the moment, just chipping it around the back line. That's a dangerous kick into the hands there of Cherney. Got rid of it out towards the boundary line. That was Murata over there, and just struggling to get it out at the moment. And Arnott trying to pick it up there for Vermont. It's all a bit messy on the far side. Yeah, little hack forward, going back there. Good hands there by one of the East Ringwood players, number 57. That's Keedle. So here they come again, East Ringwood, trying to launch another attack. A little bit of candy there. Below, James Below, of course, his brother also playing on this side today.
Downfield.
And now there's a downfield free kick, so this will be a scoring opportunity for the Rams. And just wait and see what's happened here. Vermont players looking very disappointed. As we go quickly into the score centre while we're just waiting.
So we've got a North Ringwood Mitcham score. North Ringwood and Mitcham 24 apiece out there at Quamby.
So it looks like it's Trent Farmer who's got the downfield free kick.
Can't afford to be giving cheap free kicks like that. Doesn't matter who it is. That's not giving away goals at this level of football is not good.
Not so early in the first quarter, second quarter, should I say. But Trent's put it through. He rarely ever misses, and he puts it through for his first of the day, I think. Second of the day, it is too. As we go down to the boundary.
I was just at the huddle with Ben Elsborn at quarter time. Obviously we would be pretty happy with that start. He was happy with the start of the quarter, but during the first quarter, it ended up being that their mids and their backs were being quite reactive. They looked dangerous going forward, but the pressure in the forward line wasn't as good as what he was expecting. He wanted them to hold it inside their forward 50 a little bit more often, and that their rucks were getting challenged as well. So he's going to look for a bit of a turnaround there.
So inside 50, Waitman's there with the clearance. Mundy, can he get off the leash on Wilcox? He can't, and it will trickle over. Paul O'Cone in the stats centre there.
The efficiency for East Ringwood's been very good early on. 6 scoring shots from their previous 8 inside 50s, but this is their 9th inside 50 so far.
So Pay sends a high up and under. Basson can get a leap onto this one. At ground level, the ball's on the deck. Bodies pile in left, right and centre. Arnott puts his head in the hole and earns a free kick.
And 25 to boot.
He's a tough cookie, Matt Arnott. And 25, there you have it. Thanks, Brash. So he's being marched further afield. And Vermont mounts something off the halfback here. And answer an early major from East Ringwood. So switch is on. Wilcox. Oh, the fist was good from the Roos. Although Fisher's there to mop up the mess. He can find Tyson Calderon short by foot. And he assesses his options down the line. Eyes darting once again inboard. Ignores. And then down the line. Lockie Johns on the stretch. Can wheel and go inside 50. Heads to the numbers. It's off hands. Can the Crummers get to work? On the deck it sits, and on the bottom of that pack is a Vermont jumper.
It's the third or fourth occasion, gentlemen, where Vermont have gone sideways and it just hasn't panned out for them. I think they're thinking too laterally.
So Hanlon won the hit out to no real advantage. Stepping through traffic was Waitman. Did it well. The Williamstown boy, he fights again at ground level again. And then the umpire will call for it. It'll be thrown in on the outer wing side.
So good about the half forward line as the umpire throws it in. Plenty of movement around the stoppage. Let's see what happens. There's a nice high throw in too. This was Bielik, goes up against Ross in the ruck. Ball bounces out. That's Dario again. He's been terrific for Vermont. And a good strong tackle over there on the far side. And the ball is out of bounds. So big crowd, or decent crowd in here today, enjoying this one. This Premier Division clash out at East Ringwood Reserve, one of the premier grounds of the Eastern Football League, Eastern Football Netball League. Coming out of the stoppage there was East Ringwood, but they lost control of the footy. Kick up towards the middle of the ground. Going back there and doing really well was Arnott. He's played particularly well so far. Now they get it forward again. Can they get a mark? Ball goes loose. Trying to get his hands on it there was Cherney. Still there though to be won, and it's on the ground, and I don't think that'll come out of there anytime soon, and the umpire agrees. So we'll have a stoppage just outside the 50-metre line, which is really more like probably a 40. Punched away there by Ross into the hands of Cherney. Sorry, not Cherney, it's Bello.
I think Squares Bollock is finding it hard to cope with Robbie Ross's mobility in the ruck.
Well, he is a big fella, so, and of course he is too, so yeah, trying to utilise where he's tapping to, I reckon.
100%, yeah, there's definitely a size differential, but Ross, as you say, a little bit more agile brash as the ball is on the ground. Wrapped up in there by Lockie Johns on the bottom of that. Might have a stoppage again, just
also
outside
think,
50.
Brett, too, he's using a little bit more guile as well in his body positioning.
Yeah.
So the hands, it was a hospital handball from the Roos. He did well enough and stepped through traffic, through the corridor he heads. He's got Mundy out wide, who can wheel and go on his favoured left. High up and under. Fisher will track back.
Oh.
Went for the chest mark in the end. Probably wasn't the option. Ali is dumped into the turf, and might have been a bit of whiplash there from Fisher as his head hit the turf.
He hasn't moved.
Might get Boundary to keep an eye on that. He's in a world of hurt.
Well, it was that initial reaction that really, he might just need to come off for a few minutes just to gather his thoughts here.
And a test as well.
Concussion test, I'd say, yeah.
They're really big on that, especially.
They've got to be now.
Yeah.
The HIA certainly will come into play here, and you can see the trainers are a little bit concerned, aren't they?
There is a common factor about these two sides that I'm seeing is both these two sides really are lacking a key forward where they can really direct the ball through. They seem to be tiptoeing around the ground.
So Ross with a run and jump and just fists it into space. The foot race is on. Calder's there. He's got a teammate for company who's wrapped up immediately. And there'll be another ball up as we head to Josh Ward around the grounds.
Out of Morton Park, Blackburn 6 straight 36. Doncaster East 1-9-15.
Jeez, that's a big one.
Soccer off the deck, lands in the lap.
The bubbles burst at Donny East.
Walsh. So Walsh now to the teeth of goal. Pay there and a wrestle with Farmer. It's all square and it'll trickle through for a minor score. There's Wilcox to bring it in. We'll get our boundary riders to keep an eye on Joey Fisher for us as Wilcox runs the gauntlet on broadcast side. It's all East Ringwood. The 4, there's Waitman. Thinking mind of a young player. Norris inboard. Has his teammate in Coughlin, who's got Ali short. And then Walsh again inside 50, left unguarded and within range. Boundary.
Yeah, Fisher currently in the hands with the trainers. Having a chat now, so we'll keep an eye on it, but you would think a concussion test before going back out on the field.
Thanks, boys. So Sam Walsh will kick this probably right on 40. Was unchecked inside 50. And he strolls. Set shot kick is on its way and makes no mistake. Puts East Ringwood 6 on the board in front of the faithful there at the scoring end.
Yeah, look, once again, East Ringwood were able to get a mismatch and were able to get and an overlap. Vermont once again caught napping.
Yeah, especially as well, like we touched on as well, Brush, that inside forward 50 is just, it's going to go both ways, but we feel like that the use of, I'd like to see as well if we could get a percentage on the time in the forward half for both sides, and I think it's going East Ringwood's way, to be fair.
So a really good goal from Sam Walsh as Ross gets the tap out, but it falls into the advantage of East Ringwood as they go forward. Long kick towards the, in fact, it turned out to be a shot at goal, but it's missed. I think that was Farmer that let rip there from pretty much the middle of the ground. And it's gone through for minor scores. We got into Paul in the stats centre.
East Ringwood are leading the inside 50 count this quarter, 6-1.
And so they
Sorry, but so yeah, that's the way the scoring side is going at the moment, because I think East Ringwood have kicked the last 2 goals.
So umpire to throw it in as the ball was spoiled out of bounds. So we're still inside 50. Everyone moving around, a lot of movement in the one of the Vermont players got scragged out of the way, falls there for Norton, who gets a snap on goal, but he's missed. But there's a whistle, probably just for the out of bounds, I think, on the full. It looks like it is. So it'll be brought back in by Wilcox. When the ball comes back, it's gone into the car park, I think. And finally, it's going to come back. So margin is 18 points out here, and we've had 10 minutes gone in the second term.
It's a similar storyline to what we had in the first term, as Wilcox switches it. He's got Ross in mind, and the sit and a mark. Oh, it was off hands, it was. Went the early crow there.
He had the sit though, Trent.
Was blindsided. I thought he reined it in.
Indeed, I did too. If we could get a replay, that'd be...
You got to pay that. You just got to pay that as an umpire, don't you? No one contests for Vermont. And East Ringwood running inside 50 as it sailed the pack.
That's a goal.
It's a goal. Didn't quite pick up a name and a number there.
James Bearlow.
James Bearlow it was. Stamping his class on today's contest. And East Ringwood have 7. Blakey boy.
Just again, stoppages towards goal. Sometimes it kills teams, and it's definitely killing Vermont at the moment with the stoppages wise. You know, you don't see a ruck, him just playing on and just go into an easy goal. That's just what Vermont need to get better at, I feel like. And you've got your champion ruckman of Robbie Ross, not criticising him, but they just need to get better.
So ruck extraordinaire Blake Tennant, he knows all about it. He's a gun in the ruck for the mighty Montrose side as the ball goes inside 50.
Used to be best.
Used to be X gun. So bouncing around, it's going to come back off the boot of Calder as he tries to get it back inside, but it's easy. In fact, it's spoiled. It looked like it was going to come out. And a good strong tackle on the ground there. And the umpire said we'll have a ball up.
I think also too, the Vermont backline have made some poor decisions. There's been some poor decision making from their backs as well.
So Ross might have got that one for Vermont. As it come out, it does, but it'll fall for the hands of Marotta, who tries to get it clear. Now they're out and they get it off the boot of, I think it might have been Waitman up the line there. But there's a whistle and a push in the back. So we'll come back for a free kick. No one quite knows who it's to. It's going the way of Vermont, actually. I thought it was going the other way. Tim Johnson. So Johnson looking for another inside 50. They've had a few Vermont, that's for sure, but they go down the line on this occasion. Dario, he'd be close to best on, as I said before. Close to the ground. Johnson trying to think it was Rathjen, should I say. Gets his boot to it. It's inside 50. Can they get a mark? Plenty of defenders back. It's Kolkowski who tries to get it. Ball goes loose and they'll work it out off the boot of Walsh, who just slams it away. But it's going to come back because it's marked in the middle of the ground. Just waiting for the next kick. This will be the one. Across the ground it goes. Marked there by Pay. Out towards the wing, but coming through nicely there was Walsh, and he was able to spoil it.
The reality if this gets out.
Mundy tries to find a teammate inboard and didn't quite work out in the end. So we'll have a stoppage on true centre wing, Blakey.
They were definitely out there in East Ringwood. If that ball would have sat, I reckon they would have been out then.
They have the numbers tracking back. They might get another opportunity here, although standing in the path there is Wilcox, who's putting together a solid game.
He's been really solid down back, Trent.
He has, although that kick, the commentator's curse, he might have turned this one over.
It happens all the time, I tell you.
Out on the full was Paul.
The intercept mark so far, Vermont lead 7-1.
I'd be very interested to see how many marks inside 50 Vermont have taken, because I don't think they've taken many, and this is why they find themselves down by 3 goals.
They've only taken 1 mark inside.
That's why they're down by 3-4 goals at the moment. They just can't take a mark in their forward 50.
There you have it. So Norris, they try and switch it here through O'Connor on his non-preferred as a teammate in Bearlow. Well, that had to work and it didn't, and Vermont, and they try and turn it over here through the corridor. It's just slapped out of there. And Ross will mark the Robbie variety.
A lot of cheers for the great man Robbie Ross. It's good to see him in the purple and gold once again.
Oh, no.
Not after that though.
Blakey Geez, for a Vermont fan, you might need to just shut your mouth, I think. Inside 50 and it hits the post. There you go.
I think I've had 2 from 2 for the commentator's curse today, so I think I would zip my lip.
We've got Paul and Josh.
Yeah, we'll go into first division just quickly out at home. Park Reserve, top of the table clash. Beaconsfield 4-1-25, trailing South Belgrade now 6-2-38 out there.
Paul?
I didn't.
Sorry.
All right, no stats from Paul as the ball comes back in. Up they fly. As the ball is won by East Ringwood on the ground. Good little handball over the top. Nicely worked away there was Lowson. He's been pretty good. Gets a handball back to Keedle. Keedle goes all the way back as they try and work themselves into position. Delaney. Now it's in the hands, I think it might be Walsh, who gets a long kick inside 50, but there's plenty of Vermont defenders back. Ball goes to ground, but they're still in there with a chance, East Ringwood. Rolling away was Donnelly, and the umpire says he's happy to throw it up. Now we'll go down to Paul. He's finally got his act together. We'll get some stats.
So, the inside 50s this quarter, East Ringwood lead it 9-3.
Sorry, Paulie, I'm just giving you a hard time. It's a snap for goal, but it's off target, and it'll go through for a minor score.
It's quite interesting. 23 of the 26 inside 50s so far, from what I've counted, have actually been at the... no, I need to do my maths isn't my strong point, but 23 of the 33 inside 50s have actually gone to the left end of screen.
So Arnott now kicking to the right of screen, front and centre. It's all Vermont. They hack it out of there, although the wall's been set up well for the Roos. Short, one on there from Marotta. Liked his game so far. The 1-2 back there to Delaney. They're trying to pick the eyes out of this Vermont zone. Inboard now. Marking the centre of the ground. It's Farmer, the Mitchell variety. Lowson's got off the leash and marks inside 50. It's been one-way traffic in this second term.
And at the moment, Vermont are just not able to find a way into their inside 50. Their decision-making has not been good, and East Ringwood have taken their time. They've played tempo football. They've lowered their eyes and hit their targets, and they're being duly rewarded.
So the ex-Coburg boy walks in, and he's happy with his work there. It's almost alarm bells ringing now from a Vermont perspective. East Ringwood travel to 8-5-53. As we just wait for the sponsors and all that. Vermont Trail anyway, boys.
Yeah, oh, sorry, Rash. Yeah, just want to touch on as well. Like, I'm liking how East Ringwood are actually going back when they're kicking the footy. Like, they're going back, like, on the wing, like we saw here. They kick backwards, and then they find that link where Vermont are not executing on that.
So back in the middle, Big Hanlon to go up against... It might be Waitman, I think, in the ruck there. Or number 19, Mundy, sorry, as the ball comes out. Goes past Ali, who nearly had it. He's got it again, the second attempt, and now there's a whistle. And there's going to be a free kick paid here.
50.
In fact, 50 or 25 as we play in the EFL,
yes.
of course.
Sorry.
We're so used to saying 50, but...
too much AFL been watching.
So Dario, it is. We'll just wait for the ball to be returned into the more or less the middle of the ground.
For Vermont to get back into this contest, I think they need the next 2 goals.
Yep, fair comment. So Dario, he shows a bit of candy, decides to go for a run. Certainly sucked in the defender as he gets his kick away downfield. And is this going to be another one? There's a Vermont player down, and he's not looking well either. Let's see if we can see who that is. He looks quite sick.
33.
Looks like he's out like 20-something, it looks like.
Yeah, boys on the boundary. I don't know if you can see, but we've got a Vermont player lying, not moving too much in the...
Fraser Smith.
Fraser Smith, number 27 perhaps. Let's go to the boundary.
I think it's Fraser Smith by the looks of it. Because he's...
It's number 20 something, and there's only 2 20s in the Vermont side, so it's either Smith or Vasesis. Or Vassis, sorry.
Did anyone see what actually happened?
No, well,
no?
We're all following the ball.
No, I think it might just have happened as the ball was coming into that forward line.
So we're going to be a little while here, so maybe we can grab some scores from the Scores Centre with you, Josh.
I do have a couple of third division scores. Donvale 6-4-42. Well, it says 6-4-42, but they've gotten their maths wrong there of Donvale. They still lead Coldstream 2-4-16. Oakley District lead by 21 points, 6-2-38 to Warrandyte 2-5-17. A scrap happening out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve, 1-5-11. Sylvan lead over Fair Park 1-3-9, and Whitehorse Pioneers keeping up with the Gully 4-5-29. They still trail them though 6-3-39. Not too many other updates from around the grounds. Templestowe leads 6-9-45 to the Basin 3-4-22. Waverley Blues 11-8-74 to Mulgrave 3-2-20. Still not really many other updates except for out of Beaconsfield and South Belgrave. Beaconsfield 5-2-32 to 7-3-45. South Belgrave leading out there. Berwick, not too much change there. And Park Orchards, they're hanging on 7-4-46, Roval 4-6-30, but the Hawks are coming back. Baldwin 7-2-44 to 3-8-26 against Norwood.
Now the goal umpires have rolled their flags up and have removed them, and now walking towards the midfield, which suggests to me that we could be in for a bit of downtime here.
Well, they're what are coming off.
So.
Yeah, so it looks like the players are actually going to be leaving the field, so this is interesting. I don't know if the game has been called off. I don't suspect it has.
No, I think what they're doing is they obviously know. I've got a feeling they may have called for the ambulance.
Okay. So, not quite sure
and obviously, if it's a head or a neck injury, they probably are taking all the appropriate precautions and making sure that he's comfortable.
So if we've called for an ambulance, we don't know how long it's going to take, although maybe it'd be coming Knox Private, I suppose, or something like that.
Oh, you got Maroondah just around the corner there, Brett.
Yeah. So. All right, so have you got any stats, Paul?
Yeah, so in the clearances so far, East Ringwood lead that 12 to 9. The inside 50 marks, East Ringwood lead 3-1. Intercept marks, Vermont lead 8-3. The tackle count, East Ringwood lead 21-12. The inside 50 count, East Ringwood, Vermont lead 18-17, and the free kick count, East Ringwood lead 7-6.
So interesting scenes out here at the East Ringwood Reserve. We haven't seen this happen too often, but the two sides. Vermont have come to the boundary, and East Ringwood are down just sort of near the dugout.
I think the thing is, you don't want to see something like this happen, but probably for Vermont, the break probably couldn't have come at a good time. Not that there ever is a good time, but all the momentum was with East Ringwood here, Brett, and you know, this gives Vermont and the coaching staff at both sides a chance to have a chat to their players and just have a chat about where they're at this particular stage of the contest.
All right, let's hop into the Scores Centre because we've got plenty of time to update scores.
Yes,
Josh?
well, yes, we do. And a couple of, I'll go down to the lowest division because they're the only updates recently. Croy North Emlock 7-3-45, leading Forest Hill 4-6-30 out there at Hughes Park. Churnside Park. I'll amend that Nuttawading score before they haven't kicked 2-21, they've kicked 3-6-24. They're trailing Churnside Park 10-4-64, and Kilsyth 3-11-29, leading Surrey Park by just 3 points, 3-8-26 out there at Pinks Reserve.
See, both sides are inaccurate out there at Pinks this afternoon. 3-8 to 3-11, by God.
If you've just joined us, or if you're listening on Radio Eastern, of course, 98.1, you won't be able to see the vision. We've got an injury delay, which has been probably about between 5 and 10 minutes so far, and there's a Vermont player down on the ground. We still haven't seen who it is, but let's go to the boundary and see if we can work it all out with the boys down there.
Yeah, I got approached by the Vermont president, actually, Danny Ross. He said that it's Fraser Smith down there, and he mentioned that it was just a head clash, nothing in it in terms of you know, ill play or foul play or anything like that. So
yeah, for our listeners, the current score at this juncture, we've got East Ringwood 8-5-53 leading Vermont 3-3-21. We have an injury concern here for Vermont, and obviously that we are waiting to see what's happening. Hopefully for young Fraser Smith, that head clash, Brett, hasn't isn't serious. But obviously, as we all aware, protocols have to be followed.
Indeed. Are we able to take a break, perhaps, while we wait for... well, it could be quite a long time before play resumes, but we might just take a quick break if we're able to do so.
Boundary.
Actually, let's go to the boundary before we do that.
I think from all reports, it was just an accidental head clash. I haven't been able to see the incident live, so I'm not 100% sure on what exactly happened. But at the moment, getting a neck brace on and stretch it off, so play will resume quite shortly.
Ryan, from the boundary line, how's the game panning out from the boundary line view?
Well, I think at the moment it's all East Ringwood. They're getting control in the midfield, as Paul's been mentioning with the stats. Their clearances have been certainly a talking point this quarter. So Vermont probably need to get their hands on the footy there and then just use it a bit better. But at the moment, I believe they will have a set shot on goal. So it's just very important that they do capitalise on this opportunity, because otherwise the game could slip from their hands quite quickly.
Well, Fraser Smith obviously now coming off the ground, being attended to by the trainers. At least that's a good sign, Brett.
It is indeed. Let's quickly hop into the scores centre while we're just waiting for things to restart. Josh has some more scores.
Yeah, and Beaconsfield are coming back. I keep updating that game because it is such a big game though out there at Home Park. Beaconsfield 6-4-40, still trail South Belgrade, but it's just down to 5.73-45 out there.
Interesting thing is I'm just having a look here. The clock is still running, so we're going to have absolutely no idea how long
Well,
it is.
I think
it looks like.
I reckon we've lost 7 minutes so far, Brett. So I would think we're probably going well into the middle 30s.
I've actually got a new nickname for you, Brash. I'm going to start calling you Father Time.
Okay, thanks. That's fine.
There you go.
I think they're...
So applause as the injured player gets carried off the ground. It, of course, is Fraser Smith.
So obviously now Vermont will be down a rotation for the rest of the afternoon. So they're going to have to use that bench a lot more smartly and wisely.
Well, I have a chance to, well, I was going to say half-time, but we don't know how long half-time is now because it's been a big break. But let's get back into it. Trent's just about fallen asleep.
No, that's just sickening to watch, being a friend of mine as well, Fraser. So hopefully all is well there. There's a free kick's being picked out here. There'll be a whistle, in fact. No,
well, it was a mark, but I think Kalkowski thought that it was under the permitted limit and played on.
Your eyes are better than mine, Brash. So toss back into play for Ross to contest again with Mundy. It's been a good battle. Johns at the fall. His kick forward was smothered. Bodies crash in on top once more. And there'll be another ball up. So just repeating, East Ringwood 8-5-53, playing Vermont 3-3-21. As Ross gets the jump and the tap again, although East Ringwood will get the clearance. Sails over the head of Arnott. Farmer again in a battle with Pay. And the boundary line will beat them all. True centre wing side as we head to Josh around the grounds.
We've got a couple of first division scores. Bayswater 4-7-31 trailing Moorbuck 6-4-40, and out at Montrose. Montrose leads 66 to Lilydale 10. Thank you again for that, Blake.
So toss back into play in front of the Roos. Faithful stretched across the fence there. Here's Dario. Besto's tip for Beston at the moment. Ross couldn't lay a set of knuckles on it. A high up and under from Waitman. Players charge in from behind and it's fisted out of bounds. So it'll be tossed back into play once more.
They still cannot find a target in their forward 50, Vermont, to try and direct the ball through, to try and increase their scoring capacity.
Yeah, they certainly looked good in that first quarter. They had all those inside 50s and plenty of chances, but it certainly has changed considerably as the ball falls. Now here they come out, East Ringwood. Nice little hand pass from Collier off to a teammate, and the target is hit there. And O'Connor, sorry, it's Farmer. So it's going to be Trent. He will go back. He's got a long kick.
This is where they're getting. This is where Vermont are getting torched on the loose ball feed out of the tackle, Brett. They're not able to run with East Ringwood, and East Ringwood are able to loop possessions and string possessions together.
They certainly are. So here's Trent kicking from about 45. He's made pretty solid contact, and it's there. You can just listen to the crowd behind the goals, and the goal umpire didn't move, so Trent Farmer gets his third of the day. He's kicked two in this term, and he got one in the first term, so East Ringwood extend their lead. It's 9-5-59 to 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So it'll be interesting to see how the game unfolds the rest of this term. And we've had the big long break, and it's who do you think it would favour more, Vermont or East Ringwood, Brash?
Well, I did say I thought Vermont probably needed it to try and halt East Ringwood's momentum, but since we've come back, East Ringwood have just resumed where they left off before the occurrence happened.
Took the words right out of my mouth there, as Vermont will try and win this one through Jenkins. Tries to brush off the tackler and no can do. So
East Ringwood have lifted their tackling pressure in the midfield. Vermont are not getting the clearances that they were in the first quarter.
it's a tough matchup for Jaden Pay on Trent Farmer, young kid on a talented full forward. Inside 50 they go to the Roos. Wilcox turns tackler. Inside 50, here's that matchup, 1-on-1 contest. Farmer on the stretch, couldn't quite latch onto it. Ducks his head to try and earn a free and lifts up Ross, and you hear the crowd laugh, and that's what footy's all about, as we head to Josh around the grounds.
South Belgrave have extended their lead 9-3-57, 6-4-40 Beaconsfield. Taylor Garner with 6 goals.
Oh, jeez, mate. So, ball in the stoppage again. East Ringwood have it, but it's well and truly wrapped up.
Would like to see what quarter that is too.
I think that's the second quarter down there, and we've got some scores out at East Ringwood Reserve as well. East Ringwood now trailing Boronia out there by 3 points at half-time.
So it's a free kick, but the umpire says play on, and they had played the advantage, and that's a goal put through by Collier. So Daniel Collier, it sort of came out of the stoppage. I think the umpire had played the free kick, but they played the advantage, and Collier's just strolled into an open goal to get his first of the afternoon and extend the lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's out now. It's looking a little ugly. 44 points. 10-5-65 to 3-3-21, and we've had, not that it really matters, we've had 31 minutes in this term, but remember, we have had a significant injury break, so we may be looking at around a 40-minute quarter potentially.
Alarm bells ringing here for Vermont. They're powerless to stop the run of East Ringwood in this quarter.
Yeah, wheels are certainly falling off as Adam goes forward. Here's the goal kicker in Collier, wasting no time, inside 50. Hits his intended target, lace out.
It's a fourth.
Norton it was.
The fourth inside 50 mark for this quarter for East Ringwood.
Sorry as well. Just how good was that by the big ruckman there? I'm sorry, I'm
Swiss Bollock?
Yeah, Swiss Bollock, sorry. Just a great tap. You know, that could gain his confidence up. You know, he's up against, you know, probably Robbie Ross, one of the best ruckmen in the comp in a long time. But
So Thomas Norton strolls in and adds another to the scoreboard. Worrying signs now for Vermont.
Just as well to back you up there before we go to Josh. That was just a great hit out. That can also gain his confidence as well to get him inside a bit more better in this game, and a great follow-up there by Norton.
Yeah, so just doing the East Ringwood Boronia scores. East Ringwood 6-7-43, Boronia 6-10-46, Waverley Blues 11-7-73, Mulgrave 6-3-39 out there at Mulgrave. So.
Thank you, Josh. As we go to Paul on the stats centre very quickly.
The inside 50 count for this quarter is East Ringwood 13 to Vermont 5, and it will be 14 by the looks of it.
Not just yet, but it's about to be. Here they come forward. Is that Bilo? I think he lets rip with a shot, but it's off target. It's hard to believe the score's blown out so quickly. It was not that long ago that we were sort of looking at a reasonably close game.
7-5 to East Ringwood to Vermont. They're scoreless in this quarter. Yep. That's not a good sign.
And suddenly it's 51 points, and we haven't even reached half-time yet, for goodness sake. So it's going to be Arnott who's going to bring the ball back in.
So Arnott thumping left foot into the middle of East Ringwood Reserve. It's a good fist from the Roos, although numbers front and centre with Vermont. Heads to a 2-on-1. Ali has the height advantage over Banfield. Ox Hillboy as the Roos win out once more to the hot spot. It's a shallow entry, an early fly from Lowson, and then Ross is saddled by a Roo. There's a bit of an aftermath in this one. Bit of feeling. Geez, Ross is getting thumped into on the deck, and there's James fighting the fight as well. So it'll be a ball up after all of that. 35 out from home. Ross once more to contest in the ruck. Farmer's left boot forward was smothered. Here's Tim Johnson, and a good result in the end as it's paddled over the boundary line.
I think Vermont in in this game have been beaten pointlessly in all the KPIs. Stoppages, clearances, loose ball feeds, turnovers, the whole gamut in this quarter.
Well, it hurts with Fisher still yet to be sighted as the Roos continue to set up that wall. They jam another one inside 50. Lowson was in good marking shape on that one. Ross out of position, the stand-in captain, and Lowson can add another to his name. And East Ringwood.
Just great body work there by Lowson, and it's definitely, I think in the final series, it kind of a little bit undersized there, but I think he's definitely lifted over the pre-season and shown at the VFL level so far. That's just great body work.
Adam Parker and the coaching team are going to have to do something at half-time to arrest this.
So Lowson on the tatted. Oh, it's right boot in the hand. He adds another, so East Ringwood have 12. A dozen. As we head to the boundary.
A bit of a sour note for East Ringwood as they gain even more momentum in this game. Mitch Keedle has just come off. He's in the hands of the trainers. I'll keep an eye on it and find out what's going on there.
Oh, he looked like he was carrying a bit of a shoulder early on.
So back in the middle, I think for the Vermont perspective, half-time can't come quick enough. They now trail by 57, but for those of us who missed it early, we've had 35 minutes in this term, but we had a significant injury break of about probably 7 or 8 minutes, so this could be quite a long term, or it will be a long term.
They can't get the ball out of the midfield now, Vermont, and that's where East Ringwood are pouncing.
Let's go down to Paul and grab some stats.
The clearances in this quarter are East Ringwood 12 to Vermont 5.
Here we go.
So ball inside 50, and it's
Lowson
socket
again.
through. It's Lowson again. That's his second in a very short space of time. He's been terrific today.
Got 3 now.
I've got him for 2, Brosh. I might have missed one.
He's kicked 3 this quarter.
Okay, I might have missed him for 1, so we'll give him 3.
That was their 17th inside 50 of the quarter.
So very significant, but it's just getting uglier and uglier, isn't it? 13-6-84 to 3-3-21, and since the break, Vermont seem to have really lost their way here. It certainly has favoured East Ringwood as we're back in the middle, just waiting for the ball to get returned. And we'll get back underway. We've had 36.5 minutes of this term, plus an additional time on, which will be quite considerable, of course.
So the goals coming thick and fast at the moment. Paul Lacone's doing a good job to keep up with the inside 50 count. I've certainly lost count. Another one inside 50 and another major. They can't put a foot wrong at the moment, East Ringwood.
Is that the 10th for the quarter?
10 for the quarter it might be, and it's their 14th major.
Gee whiz.
Can you believe that?
It's Donnelly, I believe.
Yeah, Stuart Donnelly.
Who tipped Vermont pre-game?
I did.
The number 1 ticket holder.
Rush has gone hiding as we head to
Well,
Josh
I probably didn't see this coming. I didn't see it coming when you consider what the score was at quarter time, 4-1 to 3-3.
Half-time at 2 Division 1 games. North Ringwood 8-8-56 lead Mitcham 6-5-41, and at Beaconsfield they trail 7-4-46 South Belgrave 9-3-57.
So Ross takes it out of the ruck for Vermont.
So a 9-goal quarter. Amazing.
Extraordinary.
That's 10, mate.
10?
10 goals, 5
Okay.
to Vermont being held scoreless here.
They couldn't hit the ton at half time, could they?
Well, it's looking.
Why not?
There's no
It's a
reason
possibility.
why they can't. 2 goals and they'll be there. It just depends how much longer we've got to go. As the ball is one out of the middle, but here they come again. Cheney got that little handball off, and they'll go inside 50 again. Can someone get on the end of it? Where's Big Trent? That's at Lowson. He got one, and that'll be a free kick. Lowson surely got taken high, and he has. So this will be another shot on goal. It's helped up by one of his teammates and gets a tap on the shoulder as we go down to more stats.
Oh, sorry, no. I think Ross just panicked there. He just saw Lowson and I think Ross just panicked a little bit, trying to figure out what he was going to do. I think then Ross.
So
that was James, sorry, James.
I think the timekeeper's been a bit liberal here because the siren has gone.
I did say 7 minutes.
Yeah, just I thought maybe it might have been a little.
Rush is never wrong with the
He's never wrong. No, we never doubt him. So this will be an opportunity to extend the lead again. And for Lowson, this will be his this will be his 4th. So he's on his way. You wouldn't back against him the way he's been playing. There's the kick, and he's got it. Crowd were up pretty early, so we didn't quite get to the ton at half-time, but we're near enough to there. That's just wait for the scoreboard to tick over. I think that's number 15, so 15-6, 96. Plays 3-3-21. Lowson's having a field day. He's kicked 4. Farmer's kicked 3. Multiple goal kickers. I don't think there's anyone else that I may have missed, not that I can see. And it's very much been Ringwood's or East Ringwood's quarter brace. Really quickly, just before we go to the break.
Sorry, well done to East Ringwood. They really upped the ante in the second quarter. They took control of the ruck. They controlled the clearances. They controlled the stoppages. They've got multiple goal kicking options and they're able to direct the ball. They're winning the loose ball feeds and they're able to pinpoint their players in better positions and a lot better running on top of the ground. Vermont just can't find any avenues and they've got no targets down forward to direct play through.
So Adam Parker's got a bit of work to do at half-time, it's fair to say. 96 plays 21 on the Bendigo back scoreboard at his half-time at East Ringwood Reserve. We'll take a break and then we'll come back and wrap it all up for the first half, and then we'll come back with what should be an interesting second half. Back soon on the Eastland Match of the Day.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. East Ringwood and Vermont in this Premier Division clash out at East Ringwood Reserve. A big second quarter for the Roos. 11 goals in that quarter. 15-6, 96 lead Vermont. 3-3-21 who did not score in that quarter. A lot to work with for Vermont. They've got a lot of problems at the moment. They just could not get their hands on the ball in the middle of the ground. I've got Jared Beanley and Josh Ward and Paul Uconi with me here at the halftime show. But before we get into that, just a couple of notable injuries here. Dylan Beelo is out with a concussion for the East Ringwood side, while both Joseph Fisher and Fraser Smith out for Vermont, so a couple of rotations down there as well. And obviously in that second quarter we did spend a lot of time. I think it was over 40 minutes with that injury, the stretcher coming out, and getting him into a neck brace. So we do wish everyone the best. Hope everyone is okay there. That currently
you don't want to see stuff like that happen.
Exactly right, Paul. But in terms of a game analysis, it was just pure domination by East Ringwood, Jared. That centre clearance work was phenomenal. Guys like Donnelly's been really impressive. Belo, Lowson's found the ball up forward, kick 4. Just stars everywhere, and they just could not be stopped there.
I've liked Mundy's game as well. I've liked Preston's game. Both of them have been very, very important. Swizz Bollock as well, of course. All very important in the centre for East Ringwood. That's where it's all started, and that's where I think Vermont need to put a lot more work into, finding where they can get that class. Of course, without Greenwood playing, in the centre, that's an issue there for Vermont. They're going to need to cover that. Lockie Johns can't carry the day for them just on his own back. Robbie Ross coming back in, maybe just not completely right, perhaps.
I thought his first quarter was pretty good, and he was
yeah.
getting his hands on the ball first in those contests. In that second quarter, and you can't put it on one person, but they just had nothing. It was all East Ringwood in the midfield, and they make them pay. Once they go inside 50, they're very dangerous. So, Josh, they're certainly making the most of their opportunities.
Yeah, they definitely are. I really didn't pay too much attention because I was checking the scores around the grounds. But, yeah, they do make them pay. And that's the thing when you've got a midfield with the likes of Waitman, Preston, you got James Beelo in there as well, who's had a phenomenal game. That's what you get when you've got a seriously talented midfielder like that, and two super talented ruckmen in Adam Swizbalek and Hannon Mundy.
Well, and I thought Swizbalek has been really impressive for them, and that's that first use that they've been getting, which has been part of the reason why they've been so dominant in that area of the ground.
That's his VFL experience on show there. He has plenty of VFL experience in recent years with Coburg, and he's just come in and slotted into the lineup, which is, it's going to be massive. Well, it's been massive not just for today, but for the rest of the season as well. And getting that support from Mundy, who's had a great game as well.
Paul Ukona, who's been in the stats centre this afternoon. How did you see that contest in terms of stats-wise and the dominance that East Ringwood had? Have you got some statistics, or certainly when you speak about the clearances and the inside 50s of that quarter?
The clearances, the second quarter alone was 14-5 in favour of East Ringwood. The clearances overall are 19-11 in favour of East Ringwood. The inside 50s in the second quarter, 19-5. In fact, I reckon it was either 19 or 20, but I've got it marked down as 19. But 19 inside 50s to 5 is massive.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Josh, as you said, you've been in the score centre this afternoon, got some stats around, or some scores around the grounds.
Yes,
just 1 second, Paul.
Yes, I do have some scores. So let's kick things off with Premier Division ball and 8-2-50, leading an inaccurate Norwood, 5-10-40. South Croydon now trails Noble Park 10-4-64. South Croydon 7-3-45. Park Orchard still lead Roval 8-4-52, and Roval a 5-7-37. So they're coming the Hawks. Obviously, we've got the game out here. Berwick 6-1-37 over Doncaster 1-3-9. Doncaster East making a comeback 4-10-34. Still trail a very accurate Blackburn 9-1-55.
Is that right? Early in that
9-1-55 in that game. So not like the first couple of weeks. They're taking their chances at Blackburn into First Division. Bayswater Moorbuck hasn't changed. Bayswater 4-7-31. Troll Moorbuck 6-4-40. Beaconsfield, we got that update at halftime thanks to Ray Baird. Beaconsfield 7-4-46 to 9-3-57. South Belgrave, of course, Taylor Garner with the 6 goals. Montrose, it was 66 to 10, I believe, at halftime, according to our guy Tonsils. In fact, North Ringwood were leading by 15 points at halftime over Mitcham. Wanturna South 9-5-59. They lead by 15 points though over Croydon 6-8-44. Into second division, Templestowe 8-9-57 lead the Basin 5-4-34. Boronia, I think there was a 3-point lead, 46-43 at half-time out there at East Ringwood Reserve. They kicked 6-10 though, did Boronia. Ringwood 9-11-65 to 4-2-26 Upper Ferntree Gully. No scores from Knox Heathmont. Mulgrave, a little bit of a comeback, 7-3-45 to Waverley Blues 11-7-73, who got off to that fast start. Into third division, Donvale 8-6-54 to 3-4-22 Coldstream. Oakley District 7-3-47 lead Warrandyte 2-5-17.
That's huge.
That is a big score there. Sylvan 4-6-30 leads Fair Park 2-4-16. Whitehorse 5-6-36. Trail Ferntree Gully 7-3-45 out there at the D. Into Division 4, a comeback being mounted by Forest Hill 7-7-49. They still trail Corin North Emlock 8-4-52. Transide Park 12-5-77 to Nuttawading 3-7-25. And Kilsyth lead by 9 points against Surrey Park 5-11-41 to 4-8-32 at Pinks Reserve. So a bit of inaccurate kicking, but Kilsyth have kicked 2 straight to 1 in that third quarter out there, Pinks Reserve. So plenty of interesting contests and some surprises as well around the grounds.
So by 5 o'clock this afternoon, we could have everyone in Division 4 with a win. If Croydon North do hold on, and then Churnside look to be pretty much home. So
which is remarkable.
It's good news for a division like Division 4 as well.
Yeah, it's certainly changed a bit. So.
In fact, I've got a score from Kilsyth.
Okay, yep.
They've updated it 6-13-49. Surrey Park 4-8-32 trailing. So Kilsyth could be on top of the table. Well, they'll still be on top of the table.
So very handy lead there for Kilsyth. So we're going to go to another break, and then when we're back with the second half of the Eastland match of the round, it's East Ringwood 15-6-96 leading Vermont 3-3-21.
At Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yeah, welcome back to the East Ringwood Reserve as we just get set for the start of the second half. We'll head down to our boundary riders when they're in position because we do have quite a significant amount, or a lot of injuries to talk about. There's a couple of players from both sides that have been invalided out of the game, but a pretty ugly scoreline for Vermont at half-time, and they trail by 75 points, would you believe? 15-6-96 to 3-3-21. Brash, at a guess, if you were Adam Parker, what would you say to your side at half-time?
Well, obviously, you've got to go out there, and your pride in your own performance now comes into play, Brett, and I think that's going to be the most important thing. What Vermont have got to try and arrest is they've got to go back to, dare I say it, the old-fashioned way of playing footy. You have to go back to man-on-man and then try and beat your opponent, because at the moment they can't win a stoppage, they can't win a clearance, their outside run they're getting obliterated or eviscerated. And unless they can arrest that, then they're in trouble.
We'll go to the score centre shortly, but here's Trent to get us started in quarter 3.
So second half is underway here, the Noel Jones Cup. And they start off where they left off through Ballo it was, who is back out there. Inside 50, the ball's on the deck, it's fed up by hand, the way of a Roo. Tyson Calder tries to step through traffic. His ball forward was smothered by Farmer. They go again, Arnott brought to ground as we head to Ryan Long on boundary.
Just a couple of updates that we gave at halftime. Dylan Beeler out with concussion at the moment, while Joseph Fish is also ruled out for the rest of the game.
Thought I just called Bellow's name, but not to worry. Might have been his brother.
James Bellow.
There we are. So Norris, centre half forward, bounces off his chest. Centre half back, rather, as Vermont look to head inside 50. The handball missed the mark there of Fisher. James Fisher, that was.
I think in this case too, Brett, you've got to go with your 4 best players in the midfield in the hope of trying to break even and get the game back on some sort of even keel.
Well, that's right. You've got to really just look to try and maybe win the second half as they burst away from the stoppage, and the hands here of Donnelly gets it forward to about half forward. Now the little switch out there to number 28, it's Preston, and he finds a target. Let's quickly go to the score centre, Josh. Oh, he's not quite ready.
Yeah, I'm ready now. I'm ready now. So out of ball and Park, Norwood have mounted a comeback, 9-3-57 board. They still lead, but Norwood are 7-11-53 out there. Into second division, a couple of comebacks too. Mulgrave 9-3-57, Waverley Blues 11-7-73, and the Basin 7-4-46. Templestowe 8-10-58 out there.
Thanks, Josh. This is Lowson looking for number 5, and you wouldn't back against him. Let's have a look. He has kicked it, so number 5 for Big Sammy Lowson. He's having an absolute field day, and they've cracked a ton early in this third term. It is 16-6-102 to 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're about 2 minutes into the third term.
Just too much space there to give Lowson. Way too much space. Like, you can't give a player like that so much room and space.
Exactly. The other thing is too, let's not forget, last year, Sam Lowson kicked 15 goals in a game last year. Not saying he'll get that today, but I'll tell you what, he looks like he's going to be giving it a shake.
He's making a pretty good fist of it as they go forward again through Farmer. Inside 50, bouncing ball. Here's Lowson again, speaking of, dispossessed and holding the footy. A quick whistle there. James Ross, a rare win on Sam Lowson. So the standing captain here.
They're too stagnant. They've got nowhere. There's nowhere to kick to direct the ball.
It's been a story of the day as the exit ball lands in the lap there of Donnelly. Haven't called his name a hell of a lot today. He's defending for the Roos, I suppose, so hasn't had the big job to do as it's off hands and over the boundary line there as we head to Paul Lucone in the stats centre there.
It's more of the same from East Ringwood in this quarter. 4 inside 50s to zip from East Ringwood, and in the clearances, 3-1 in favour of East Ringwood.
So a forward half throw in here. It's about to be tossed in. It's a good throw for Hanlon and Farmer to contest. In the ruck, it sits on the deck and they both turn tackler. We'll have another ball up for the pair to battle again in the air. It's Farmer this time wins the hit out. Straight down the throat of Vermont, and he was wrapped up immediately. So it'll be tossed up once more. Here again, you throw a blanket over 30 of them there in that pocket. Ali feeds a handball. Just short of Cherney it was, although he's good enough to recover. And then a right foot snap off target. And a rare blemish there for East Ringwood.
just shows you when even when you're making mistakes, you're still making getting advantage out of your mistakes. That normally doesn't happen in a game of football.
Right. Let's quickly go to Josh in the score centre. What's happening, Josh?
So a couple of blowouts in 3rd Division. Oakley District 9-5-59 to Warrandyte 3-5-23. Donvale 11-9-75 over Coldstream 4-5-29. Sylvan 48 to Bear Park 17. Whitehorse 45 to French Gully 69.
Thanks, Josh. I don't know what's happened to Warrandyte. They really have just fallen off the cliff this season as the ball is in the contest and it's wrapped up on the grounds.
That's a worrying sign for Warrandyte,
It certainly is. Yeah, they've, as I say, I'm not really sure what's happened there. They were so good last year, but really struggling this year as the ball goes to ground. Bilo tries to get his hands on it, but it's over the boundary. At least the one saving grace out here at East Ringwood Reserve. It's a nice day. The sun's out.
So rotations, both sides are 2 down. So, even off the ground, both sides are equal. So there's the rotations are going to be not as many in the second half.
Do East Ringwood consider maybe even playing one short at times because they've got such a big lead? I mean, I know that's an interesting thing, but I mean they may, as the ball is on the ground, taken away there by Lockie Johns. Hasn't been allowed to have the significant influence that he often has, but having said that, of course, he's playing in a well-beaten side as Ali goes inside. Mark taken there by Connor Waitman. Waitman inside 50 looking for a target, goes over the back. It's Lowson again looking for another one. He's getting greedy as the ball comes inbound. Looking for Farmer, can't quite get there though. There's plenty of defenders, but it's still there for East Ringwood. Little handball comes out, goes past the East Ringwood player. It's Preston.
Well, Lowson could have let that ball go out of bounds, but a deft little touch there nearly created another opportunity there for East Ringwood.
That's right, thinking creative as Trent snaps one, and I reckon he's got it.
He has.
He has, just out of the stoppage. Trent Farmer onto the left boot, bang, through she goes. And that is another, that's his first of the day, boys, is that correct?
No, he's kicked 4.
4, what am I looking at? Sorry, I'm looking at the right. I thought he got... I've put them under Mitch Farmer, would you believe? That's why I can't find him. I thought that was really weird because I'm sure he's kicked 4. I've given them to Mitch, that's all right. So another goal, so that makes it 17-7, 109 to 3-3-21 in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Down to Paul, or down to Blake actually.
Just a quick one before we go in. Just again, another stoppage goal. It's going to kill Vermont. It's killing Vermont heavily today.
Into the score centre with Josh.
It's all square out of Batherham, 59 apiece.
How many Swanee kick, I wonder?
He's probably kicked, they've kicked 9 of the base, and I say he's kicked all 9.
These are all over the place. Down to Paul in the score centre. A stat centre at least.
The inside 50 count this quarter is 5 to zip in favour of East Ringwood.
And at this particular stage, as Paul has alluded to, Vermont don't look like they're going to get the ball inside their 50 at the moment.
Here's Waitman, a smart handball. Found Sam Walsh, and then Lowson again on the chest. He's taking the piss at the moment. Good diving mark there.
No, well, the thing is, at this particular stage, Vermont don't have a match-up for Lowson. His mobility, his creativity, and just sheer reading of the game is second to none against the opposition he's facing at the moment.
Hurts with no Fisher down back. Usually there for that structure. So Lowson in his strolls. And again, set shot kick on its way is there. East Ringwood have 18, can you believe? They are proving themselves as contenders in this Premier Division. So we head to Josh Ward around the grounds.
Out at home park, Beaconsfield 8-4-52, South Belgrave 11-5-71. Taylor Garner with 8 goals for South Belgrave.
If someone could tell Connor to stop kicking goals, because I'm sorry, not Connor, Sam Lowson, because I'm running out of room on my score sheet.
Well, I don't think East Ringwood would be wanting him to stop doing that.
No, so it's in the middle. It might have been Rossi got the tap there into the hands of Swizbiliak, and he's wrapped up, so we'll have a stoppage. So the margin, it's 115 to 21, so it's almost a 100-point margin out here. It's almost unthinkable as the way we were talking before the game. We thought it'd be close. Ball goes down inside 50. It's Delaney back there, gets a little handball off to Norris, and they're out again here. Now it's Donnelly. Donnelly wheels onto his right boot, goes a little short kick inboard. Quick hands, nice work there, and they're out again here. Can they find a target at about half forward? The ball knocked away just for the moment, Vermont, in the hands of Kalkoski. He's been one of Vermont's better players today, taking the ground.
You've got to be impressed with the way East Ringwood have pressured. Every time Vermont have got a possession, they're onto them.
Umpire just asks for the ruck pair to separate momentarily as they battle again, and Walsh, the tackler there, in fact Collier it was, infringes on Johns, who's struggled to insert himself in today's contest, as this might help. March 25.
I don't think it was against you, Daniel. I think it was against someone else. So I wouldn't be getting upset about that.
Someone might have overstepped the mark, or...
Yeah, just intruded on that private space behind the mark.
So Johns, the former Vermont captain.
To say they needed a goal, would that be an understatement, guys?
One of the biggest I've ever heard.
We had the 10-goal breeze here in the second term. To the left of screen, Johns, for a consolation prize for Vermont. Makes no mistake of that one. They've notched up 4. Still trail by a silly amount. So we had to Brash or Blakey. What do you got for us, boys?
Well, look, it's a positive sign that the fact that they managed to win a free kick in the midfield, and obviously with the help of that penalty, they kicked a goal. But look, they need a lot more than that.
So Trent's calculator's broken, but I can tell you it's 88 points the margin, 115 to 27. As the ball goes in, it's one away nicely. There's John starting to get into the game a little bit, probably a bit late, but every good comeback started somewhere as the ball is knocked into the middle of the ground. Good work there by
Vassis, mate.
Vassis, sorry. He gets a shot at goal, but it's off target and it's out of bounds on the full. And once again, it's gone into the car park area there.
Well, you're not... Gentlemen, we've watched a lot of football between us, but the one thing we all agree, if you can't take a mark in your forward 50, you're not going to kick goals.
Indeed. No. And so just waiting for Marotta to bring the ball back into play. Trent Marotta puts it under the boot. He goes down the line as the bright sun sweeps across to East Ringwood Reserve. No mark taken. On the ground, trying to drag it out there, one of the East Ringwood players. I think it might have been Farmer, but the ball says it is Farmer, but the umpire says of the Mitch variety. We'll have a ball up. And so we've had 11 and a half minutes in this third term. One out of the middle by Ross. He's tried hard all day for Vermont, and they've got their hands on it with Arnott. He's been also one of their better players, Vermont. Inside 50, can they get a mark? Look at all the East Ringwood players back there. There's plenty of them at the fall of the ball, and they've taken the possession of the footy, and they get it out. Nice work there from Connor Witherall. Waitman, should I say, gets a kick away, but it's back in the hands of Vermont. Here they come again, Jenkins. And in the end, it's out of bounds, so all that endeavour, but they can't quite get it done, Vermont, but they're still in a reasonable field position, and we'll have a throw in.
It's been a good little patch from the Eagles here. They can hold their heads high as they continue to fight. Ross with the palm down to Collier. And then Arnott saddled by Mundy. Have a ball up in the same spot for Ross to do battle again. Tried to shark it out of the ruck. Mundy at ground level was held without it. So you can hear the groans on ground level. The Vermont faithful not happy with that decision there. As Mundy assesses his options down the line, sends his left boot only as far as Ross, who intercepts, staring into the sun there. Switches on a low drilling ball to centre forward. Kalkovsky on the half volley couldn't quite gather, and then Vassis had his arms pinned. He was slung to ground.
The other thing Vermont have not been able to do is they've not been able to hit a target all afternoon with their foot skills.
Let's go to Josh in the score centre. Josh.
Roval are coming back, 8-7-55, Park Orchards 9-6-60.
Ooh, that's a significant comeback.
Can't ride off Roval, Brett.
No, they were behind by a long way, but as they East Ringwood take the ball out of the ruck, but it's going to fall for Vermont. Funny old handball to Banfield. Haven't called his name too much today. And we'll have another stoppage. So we've had 13 and a half minutes gone in this third term. Still an 88-point margin. Up they go. And one out of the middle there by Ross. And East Ringwood player got dragged out of the way, but the umpire said play on. Diving on it there on the ground was called up. And we'll have another stoppage, I suspect. Almost in the middle of the grounds. So down to Paul in the stats centre.
The tackle count so far in this quarter, East Ringwood lead it 10-4, and overall they lead it 34-20.
And to Josh in the score centre.
It's all tied up out of Bayswater, over Bayswater and Moolbuck, 8-8-56 apiece.
Ooh, interesting. So throwing on the far side of the grounds. It's all sort of slowed down a bit here. It's become a little bit sort of pedestrian as the game sort of just potters along, taken out of the ruck there nicely. And the kick forward, but it's been smothered on the grounds. Chasing it back over there was Rathjen. Rathjen dives on the ball, but he's well and truly tackled, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So what do Vermont do from here, Brash? What do they do to sort of come out of this with any sort of credit, maybe?
Well, like I said, pride comes into a lot of it. And at the end of the day, Brett, I guess the only way that you can measure to get back into the contest is you've got to try and win the quarter on the scoreboard.
So it's a snap at goal, and I reckon it might be there. It is.
The debutant Valanis.
Valanis, he hasn't had much to do today, but he's at least got a goal to celebrate. And Vermont, well, as I said, every good comeback's got to start somewhere. And it's 18-7, 115 to 5-3-33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've had about 15 and a half.
Even at this level, it's so hard, even if you're the leading side, to maintain that intensity like East Ringwood had in the second quarter. You know that at some stage, the opposition, regardless of how poorly they play, they're going to get their moment where they get back into the contest a little bit.
100%.
So Jenkins, a sweeping handball, had Kalkowski there for company, and they mark inside 50. Norris lays a set of knuckles on it again. Waitman will try and gather it at ground level. Worried out of it. Kalkowski again off a step. Sends a flying shot goal with an off target.
They've been good the last 10 minutes, Vermont.
And this is you're right, but this is where Vermont get their chance to get some sort of momentum. It's not necessarily going to help them win the game, but just to get them some confidence back in the contest.
Yeah, this
Calder with a spiral ball forward off target again. They're going to have to make the most of their chances.
You're right, Trent.
Well, the other thing they can do too is maybe, take a bit of positivity into next week if they can play well for this last quarter and a half as well.
That's exactly what I was trying to enunciate, Brett.
So Cherney on the outer wing side. Mundy with a climb. Juggle was paid. He's got Damon Delaney on the outer, and his kick was turned over. Tim Johnson it might be. It is. Puts his hand in to
so
block
they got no options moving forward, Vermont.
Stagnant, isn't it, Brash, as they head inside 50. Can they take a mark? Norris again with a fist. It's been a stalwart from back down there. Valanis with pressure. Arnott tries to step through. Funny sort of ball. Finds Calder. They work it out well by hand. Ross feeds Tim Johnson again, the man who set it further afield, this time inside 50.
Whoa.
O'Connor with a climb. Wasn't unrealistic. Might have got a paw to it. That would have been some sort of highlight.
Do you guys feel like Vermont, just to move the magnets around, try to get them, close around the margin, do you feel like Robbie Ross needs to go full forward?
Speaking of Ross, slaps it forward, bouncing ball off target, continue.
Do you feel like he needs to go full forward?
Well, at the moment, Robbie's trying. They're probably trying to use him to plug holes everywhere. He can't play everywhere, Blake. Yeah. That's the thing. When you're undermanned, it puts a lot of stress on your key players.
Let's go to Josh in the score centre.
We finally have a score out at Knox Gardens Reserve. 3/4 time, Heathmont leads 75-53 over Knox.
So, and once again, East Ringwood swing on to the attack through Coughlin. Coughlin looking to just go forward, trying to find a target. It's too easy. That's
poor,
really soft.
That is poor marking there.
Hannon Mundy, it is. It was like a training drill. He just sort of strolled after it. There was no Vermont player within about 5 metres of him.
Leo, he actually telegraphed that he wanted the ball, and his teammate obliged him.
Yeah, it's almost like they've given up, which is, I suppose, understandable being so far behind, but you've got to keep trying as Hannon Mundy pops at goalwards. Let's have a look. He's got it, so nice little goal for him. It's his first of the afternoon, if I've calculated correctly, and that hasn't always happened today. 19,721, plays 5-6-36 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've played 19 minutes in this third term.
Blake?
Oh, we've got some scores out at Montrose. Lilydale. Montrose lead 80-31 over Lilydale. Out of Mulgrave Reserve. Mulgrave 10-4-64. Waverley Blues 14-9-93. Start of the fourth quarter at Bathurst Reserve. The Basin 9-5-59. Trail Templestone 9-12-66.
I wonder how big Swanee's going out there today.
And out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve as well. 8-8-56. The Cats. Fair Park 2-6-18.
Thanks for that, Josh. Back in the centre of East Ringwood Reserve, there's Adam. Wins his hit out and wins the clearance. Dario will try and collect, just handballs it into space, and there's been a whistle. It was ridden into the turf illegally, according to the umpire. In fact, it'll be downfield, so bit of confusion there.
So what's happening here, umpire?
The officiating umpire. It'll go to Banfield. Might just be a sympathy free kick. He's barely been near it. Harry Banfield, silly young kid, trying to emerge himself in Premier Division as Tim Johnson presents from Will Cox. Out wide. A driving ball down the line. O'Connor, we've seen his aerial prowess before. Norris tries to burrow his way through and tackled by Hanlon.
Probably the only mistake East Ringwood have made all day. Two players went up. They had no Vermont player around, and the only mess up, really.
Into the score centre with Josh.
Three-quarter time at East Ringwood Reserve. East Ringwood 8-8-56. Baronia 9-12-66.
As O'Connor marks, Arnott went round the body. It was a blind ball forward. It's been the narrative today as Delaney marks. We've got Norris, broadcast side, right in front of us. His trusty left boot. They can share it round now and stuff the stat sheet. Cherney marks. Oh, this is all too easy. Uncontested mark after uncontested mark. This time, James Bellow, who's had a day out. O'Connor on the outer, sends it down the line through the hands of Wilcox. And then Vermont at ground level have the numbers. Bassis, measured ball, can't find James Fisher. And Brash just shaking his head as we head to Paul Laconey in the stat centre.
The inside 50 count this quarter's actually been even. 7 inside 50s each, and the tackle count 12-8 in favour of East Ringwood.
So Adam sharking it there. That was Tyson Calder. They win out again though, East Ringwood. They've got all the numbers at this stoppage, although Arnott gets his big body in the way. Sends a banana. Burke uses his body well. Good mark from the young kid on debut in Eagles colours.
Well done by Arnott there. He's put pressure on the East Ringwood midfield player. Got a bump on, managed to arrest momentum and get the ball and set up Noah Burke. He's tried really hard this afternoon, Arnott.
That he has, Brash. So Burke in his strolls. And that one just offline, missing narrowly. Burke's older brother, sorry Brash to cut you off.
That's all
right. Usually plays in the reserves here. He's done his PCL for the year, so unfortunately out there. Bit of a sour note as we head to Josh Ward.
Oakley District piling on the painful Warrandyte 77-26 out there at Princess Highway Reserve.
Goodness me. It's a shame for Noah Burke, because if he could have kicked out, both the debutants would have had a goal, but still there's time to go. I guess he could still pinch one later.
I think the thing is, Brett, when you have your momentum and you all of a sudden you kick 1-5 or 2-6, it really does, it robs you of your energy and your momentum as well.
So free kick going the way of East Ringwood. They want to play advantage, but the umpire says no, we'll bring it back. So we've had 23 and a half gone in this third term, and for those that have just joined us, it's a little ugly out here, 121-37 in favour of the home side. Now they go forward again in the bright sunlight. Attended a very pleasant afternoon. A beautiful mark taken there.
Marotta.
goes across the grounds. Taken there by Farmer of the Midge variety. So they're going to go back inside 50 again for the umpteenth time. Can they get a mark? A beautiful intercept mark taken across by, I think, is that Dario again?
It is.
He's had a terrific day for Vermont. No one's tried harder than he has. Gets it off. Now they'll come forward from half back. Long kick forward out towards the wing. Up they fly. And then punch away there by Donnelly. And it's out towards the boundary. They might struggle to keep this one in. It's been picked up there by Norris, but he's over the boundary side. In fact, he's almost in the implement shed over there. You get the mower out and start mowing the lawns. So we'll throw it in on the far side. 24.5 minutes played in this third term.
4 goals to 2 in this quarter for East Ringwood.
So Adam has Waitman running shotgun and dab this one over the top. You heard the calls of touched. At least I did anyway. Ross sat on the ground level in the centre of East Ringwood Reserve, and the umpire will cross his chest and have it.
I think he probably earned a free kick there, Ross, because the initial Norton's initial movement was he was pushing down.
So Adam again just pumps this one into space. The foot race is on. Leading it for Vermont is Tim Johnson. Can't quite sweep it up at his feet, and the ball rolls out.
Interesting enough, both Fraser Smith and Bearlow, who were involved in that head clash, obviously both feeling those effects because they're off for the rest of the game.
So thrown back into play. It's a good one. This time Adam again with strength, only as far as Dario again in those flashy blue boots. Has Kalkowski out wide. Walsh didn't think that travelled the required distance from the East Ringwood coaching staff, and the siren sounds there, marking 3/4 time, and it's been one-way traffic the way of East Ringwood. 19-7, 121, playing Vermont 5-7, 37. No one could have predicted that scoreline, boys.
No, and look, in Vermont's defence in that quarter, they fought the game out. They probably controlled 10-15 minutes of that third quarter, but they just weren't able to hit the scoreboard, Blake.
Nah, and they had a lot of opportunities and all that, but now that I'll touch on it in the next quarter as well, what I was about to say, but they had opportunities in that quarter, probably more than where the game was pretty much done, you would say, in the second quarter. So big, I would like to see Vermont get back, try get a few more goals into them.
So 3/4 time out here at the East Ringwood Reserve, and just the multiple goal kickers too before we go to the break. By my reckoning, Lowson has 6, and I think Trent Farmer's got 4, though I may have missed one or 2.
No, you're right.
I'll check in at the 3/4 time siren, but it's 121-37, one-way traffic, and we'll come back and analyse what might or might not happen in the last quarter after this break on EFNL Game Day.
Opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to a sun-swathed East Ringwood Reserve, where the conditions are nice, but the game, unfortunately, has just degenerated into a little bit of a one-sided contest out here. It's East Ringwood, of course, newly promoted to the Premier Division this year, up against the perennial bridesmaids, and they've won the flag a couple of times as well in recent years. Vermont, one of the powerhouse clubs of the EFNL, but not so much today. It's 121-37 as we head into this last term. So in terms of a contest, it is effectively over. But what are we looking for in this last quarter, Brash?
Look, I think both. I think if you're a Vermont supporter, it's like I'll continue on with the same theme. The theme: man up, try and beat your opponent, and try and win the game, and try and score a moral victory on the scoreboard. That's about as much as what you can hope. In East Ringwood's case, yes. Look, they know they've got the game in their keeping, but if you really are a good side, you really want to put a side to the sword, because in this, as percentage could be really important.
Let's head down to the boundary with Jared.
I've got East Ringwood coach Ben Osborne. Obviously, you've got to be pretty happy with how the game's gone so far.
Yeah, absolutely wrapped. We got smashed around the footy a little bit in that first quarter, and then we cleaned up a few things there. And obviously, those second quarters, they don't happen very often, so you got to enjoy them while you can. And then that third quarter became a bit more of a scrap, and we're a couple of men down, which I'm sure they probably are as well with those concussions. So yeah, just really happy with the way the boys are going.
And so for the last quarter, one of the hallmarks of what we saw from you in Division 1 last year is just the relentlessness that you brought to the table. Is that going to be the same case here in this final quarter?
Yeah, look, we'll look to put the foot on the throat, but as I said, we've got a couple down, so we don't want to be burning too many blokes in this last quarter. So, we might have to take the sting out of the game a little bit. But yeah, we're looking to win this and win this last quarter well.
Thanks for your time, Ben.
Thank you, Jared. So Ben Osborne, obviously, understandably, pretty happy with the situation.
It's all right believe it or not, it's all right for a coach to say that, but when you're a player, you really do want to put the foot on the throat.
Indeed. As we get underway in the final term of this game, Swissbelli got the tap, or he might have got the tap. On the ground is Bello. Maybe will feature in the votes later in the afternoon because he's played particularly well. Up it goes. And it's the big man, it might be Swissbelli again, who won that one out of the ruck. Now they go forward, looking to about half forward. Chasing over there and gathering it in. Good work there by, I think that was O'Connor. Got it away and they go up the line, but it's probably going to go out of bounds, and it does. It's around about the half forward line, or half back line, should I say. 121 plays 37. These two sides came into this game with a win and a loss apiece, in 5th and 6th places respectively. So one of them's going to get one of them, and being East Ringwood's going to get a very good percentage boost as the ball comes in. One in the ruck. Now it's out towards the boundary. Taken there on the ground. I think that was Arnott, is it? Can't quite see. No, in fact, it's Fisher.
James Fisher.
Fisher, and he was taken in a heavy tackle, and we'll have
holding the ball.
Holding the ball. So a free kick goes the way of Chris Cherney.
So Cherney, a shallow entry inside 50. Front and centre, that was Dario.
Boundary.
As we head to the Ryan Long on the boundary.
Yeah, just out of the Vermont huddle. They just want a bit of momentum going into next week. So show a bit of fight in this last quarter and something to carry on into next week after a disappointing game.
Yeah, understandably. Dario again He's been one of Vermont's best as the ball evades everyone and it'll bounce out on broadcast side. East Ringwood faithful stretched along the fence there. It's been a good crowd here and a good day of football if you're a fan of the blue and white. So thrown back in here for Ross to contest with Adam again. Here's Jenkins. Arnott stripped of it. Knocked out the tackle, said the umpire. Down the line ball, James Fisher. Of course, the other Fisher won't be returning to the field.
You'd almost, after watching a few of these Premier Division sides, it seems like some sides are lacking key forwards. And I think that's going to hold a few of them back this year.
So here's Johns, can head inside 50, a rare entry. Leading up to it there might have been Thiessen. And the exit lies with East Ringwood. Inside 50, the goal beckons, bouncing ball, and it's another one.
Looks like Bielo again.
They put more pain to the scoreboard to East Ringwood. Bielo it was. Running through the corridor as we head to Josh Ward around the grounds.
So a couple of interesting scores, Premier Division. Park Orchards 10-9-69, Royville's 9-8-62 out there at Domini Reserve. 3/4 time at Wanturna South. Wanturna South 10-9-69, 9-11-65 Croydon, and out of Ballaroom 10-7-67 the Basin Trail. Templestowe 11-17-83.
Couple of interesting scores there. We'll keep you up to date right through the last quarter and until we go a few at around 5:15 this afternoon. One by Swazbiliak out of the ruck, but the umpires found a free kick, which Vermont thought was going their way, but it's going the way of East Ringwood. So as the bright sun comes down here, players having to shield the eyes on this last turn. Another inside 50 coming up. Mark almost taken there by Farmer. In fact, it wasn't paid, but he ducks under a high one. He gets a little handball off, but it goes to ground. That was Lowson, the two major goal kickers today, Lowson and Farmer. They've had a field day, little chip across, well done. And the mark is taken there by Kane. And Marcus Kane will go back and try and kick his second.
Experience of Farmer and Lowson here made sure that East Ringwood were able to retain the ball in their forward 50. And once again, they found a loose man.
So trying to almost raffling it off the two big sharpshooters.
Is this Kane again?
It is Kane. So Kane it is. He lines up the big sticks looking for his second of the day. Marcus Kane kicking from about 45, being that the arcs are a little small out here at East Ringwood, but he's missed and it's out. In fact, it's out of bounds on the full as we go to Josh in the score centre.
Couple of interesting third division scores. Oakley District 14-7-91, Warrandyte 3-9-27. Whitehorse Pioneers have hit the front against Ferntree Gully 10-13-73. Ferntree Gully 11-5-71.
Goodness me.
So well, there could be some major upsets this afternoon.
Just to go back as well, really good by lowering their eyes there by East Ringwood.
The palm down, Dario again dispossessed, and a throw's been the call. So
you can't have a go at Dario. He's trying to create some movement and play. Just unfortunate that once again East Ringwood had numbers around the contest and were able to nullify him for incorrect disposal.
You got a number for us here, Brash, this East Ringwood player?
Yeah, this is Coughlin.
This is Coughlin, rightio. So Coughlin, the beneficiary of the free kick, left foot, he shook his head straight away and the umpire had a lot of work to do as it was tugged to the left-hand side. So East Ringwood 28, 128, playing Vermont 5-7-37. Wilcox again to bring it back into play. Spots a teammate out wide on the stretch, was too high for him. Now a hot spot ball back in the East Ringwood direction. Lowson again for number 7. You're kidding, off target.
Would have backed him to kick that as we go into the school centre with Josh Ward.
Down to 1 point now at Domini Reserve, 75-74 Park Orchards lead. Noble Park lead by 13 points, 71-58. Doncaster 35, Trail Berwick 44, and Doncaster East 63, Trail Blackburn 76.
Fascinating scores there. We'll keep you updated, as I say, as long as we're on here this afternoon. Or through till full time it'll be. So Vermont to bring it back in off the boot of Dario. It's a terrible, I bet it's not a terrible kick. It's been marked. And what's the
bouncing ball.
umpire? Bouncing ball. I just took my eyes off the play for a moment, so we'll have the ball up. Up it goes. Up they fly. It's Mundy who takes it out of the ruck, but he left it behind. Now it's in the hands of Dario. Gets it off, but only to a teammate. Little sweeping handball over the top, and it's everyone's giving the ball away at the moment to the opposition as they finally go inside 50, and everyone's chasing back. Now they'll go inside 50, sorry, as the kick goes towards, in fact, it's a shot at goal.
Kalkowski.
And Kalkowski it is. And so it's all a bit anticlimactic in this last turn, but a nice bit of play. A couple of hand passes, and they moved it quickly, and Kalkowski's got his second of the day as we go to Paul in the Stats Centre.
Yes, the clearances in this quarter has been in favour of Vermont 4-2, and the inside 50s this quarter have been in favour of East Ringwood 5-2.
You can credit Dario for that that creation of that goal. His handball opened, gave the Vermont players some free space to kick the ball into.
Josh Ward's got an update for us around the grounds.
Home Park Reserve 78, Beaconsfield, South Belgrave 90, Montrose 87 to Lilydale 29.
Here's Jenkins storming through the middle of East Ringwood Reserve. Pumps them to the teeth of goal. Vassis off the deck. Might have socked one out.
He has.
Vermont have two in a minute.
Just waiting for the goal umpire.
He's not sure.
Vassis has already signalled it himself. Confident with his own work there. Was quick thinking off the deck, and there you go. They've got 7 Vermont.
It's 2 in a minute. It's bar for about the first quarter. It's the only time really Vermont have controlled the last few minutes.
As we head to the boundary.
I think just on that point, Brash, it is something to be a bit positive about for Adam Parker, just to be able to fight the game out. I know it's been a really hard afternoon, but much better than going down without putting up a fight.
They could bring this confidence into next week. They head inside 50 again. The debutant Villanis stripped of it, got boot to ball first, and stepping through traffic well. The congestion, time and space made them all look silly. Inside 50, sent half forward, back with the flight well. Tim Johnson with courage. Marks overhead.
Great stalwart of the Vermont Football Club, Tim Johnson, former captain, premiership player.
They're about to go to pay right in front of us here. We've got a good view of it. Dropped the footy. Just invites the East Ringwood pressure. Wilcox got his work cut out. The composure to step past Lowson it was, and sits it on the head of Hanlon. Confronted front on. There was the East Ringwood player, Banfield, at ground level. They feed it out to Mundy, the ruckman. A long way down to gather this one. Ali here. Had his name written all over it if it wasn't for Johns. Outer wing side, out of reach of Adam. Vassis at ground level, turns tackler. They feed it out. Hanlon just throws it out of bounds, and it'll be tossed back into play.
With the sting gone out of the game, you know, as Ben Osmond's alluded to, he probably doesn't want to overgas his players, but I think at the end of the day, it's really hard, even at this level, to maintain intensity levels.
There's been some fascinating scores coming in around the grounds, and Josh Ward has been keeping an eye on those all afternoon. Josh?
Well, let's go down to the lowest division, 4th division. Croydon North Emlock 66, Trail Forest Hill 94, so you'd think the Zebras would be home there. Churnside Park 105 to Nottawading 55. But Kilsyth and Surrey Park, it's just a goal, 58 to 64, the Panthers leading.
Fascinating stuff. All right, so it's back inside 50, another inside 50 for Vermont. Can they snare one? Here's a snap at goal, and I think it's gone through. Didn't see who that was, actually. Burke. So Burke puts it through. That's because he's one of the debutants. So he gets a goal on debut, as did Villanis.
Josh Ward.
Roeville have hit the front, 80 to 75 out there at Domini, and just a quick update of Baldwin Park. Baldwin 98 to Norwood 55.
All right, so 129 plays at 55. As we come back to the middle. So as we said before, the sting really has gone out of this game, but Vermont have to try and play this out as best they can so they can take something into next week. Umpire to throw it up again in the middle. Big Hanlon there to go up against his opposite number. There's the ball falling for Cherney, Below at least it is. He'll be on the votes at the end of the game. Mark has taken over there, but I don't think the umpire's paid it. He has. So number 15 is Norton. Tom Norton puts the ball into the hot spot, but it's over the back. Farmer couldn't take it, and it's out. In fact, he has taken it, but he's right up against the boundary, so this will really test him. What's he going to do? Is he going to have a...
but he's on the right end, the side of the ground for a left footer.
Yeah, he is. So it'll be a tough kick, but if anyone can do it, Trent can. Wheels around. There's the kick. I tell you what, I think he's done it. Held back against him. Trent Farmer puts it through. He never misses, or hardly ever misses. That's his 5th for the day. And the margin blows out now to 135 to 55 on the Bend to Go Back scoreboard.
It's just like deja vu in the grand final last year. I think Farmer and Lowson both had days out. So
you're right.
It's I think these two just love playing with each other, I think.
Josh, have you got some more scores for us?
Unfortunately, I do not. There hasn't been too many updates except for out at Edwin Flack, Berwick 45 to Doncaster's 41. So an enthralling low-scoring contest happening out there. 67 to 95, Templestowe leading.
Anything from Knox?
Nothing from Knox, unfortunately.
So holding the ball, free kick, going the way of Lockie Johns. Inside 50, low drilling ball again on the chest of Burke. So something to cheer about from Vermont.
Once again, when you've got a player like Lockie Johns, absolute quality. When he gets the ball, he's still able to deliver the ball and give him a target.
It's just 7 points out at home Park Reserve now, 84 to 91, South Belgrave leading.
So Burke, and he comes, will ride this one home with the young kid. It's a good looking kick and he's made good contact. He's got his second there, so the young debutant making his mark. His first Premier Division game.
And that will give him some confidence. 2 goals in the last quarter. Strong lead, strong mark, but that was a pinpoint pass there by Johns from the midfield. And probably Vermont's, believe it or not, best piece of play this afternoon.
Yeah, right in the last quarter. Let's go back to Josh in the score centre.
All tied up now at Pink's Reserve, 65 apiece. Kilsyth have kicked 8-17 though.
So in the middle, it's been won by Vermont here. They come again. They'll have another inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? That would have been Hanlon who went for it, but he couldn't quite get it. On the ground there, beautifully picked up by Fisher. Wheeled out of it, but he's lost possession. Now the ball off to Preston. And now East Ringwood come, but now they turn it over. Now it's back to Dario. Out towards the far side of the ground. John's taking in a good tackle over there. And the umpire said we'll have a ball up.
I think one of the things this young Vermont forward line are going to have to learn is they're going to need to try and learn how to keep the ball in their forward 50 and not let it get out of there too easily.
So Monday it was, he won the footy out of the ruck. As we go back to Josh in the score centre.
Full time out at Jubilee Park, Ringwood 125 to Upper Frenchy Gully 44.
So not unexpected that one.
Yep.
So good win there. As the umpire to throw it back in. Up it goes, takes an age to come down. Finally it does. Won there nicely by Collier for East Ringwood. Gets it forward, trying to find a target. It was Norton who was standing under it, but it's been fisted out nicely by Dario. Over the line for a throw-in.
Lockie Johns has had a fantastic last quarter for Vermont. Dario has tried hard all afternoon along with Arnott. They just didn't have enough foot soldiers early on.
Spot on there, Rash as Hanlon. Front spot in the ruck again, Jenkins. Funny sort of handball. Banfield receives from Vassis. Ross will contest this one, and then over the top, Norris once more with a fist. Has not been beaten in the air today. They sort it out on the line. Mariotta, his kick missed its intended target. 2-on-1 situation for Tim Johnson to contend with, and it's all too big a task for him.
And the fact that Robbie Ross has just come back into the side is probably fitness levels are not at this level for Premier Divisions at this stage of the season.
Back to Josh in the score centre.
Doncaster now lead over Berwick 47 to 45 out there at Edwin Flack.
Oh my word.
Well, Doncaster did win out there last year, so that's still a good omen for them.
Here's Ali, can't quite rein it in. Banfield slipped as he kicked. Invites East Ringwood to go to work. Ali again has Lowson on the forward handball, who's pressured well front on. And then wrapped up immediately. There'll be a ball up, 30 out from home. East Ringwood kicking to the left of screen.
Back to Josh.
Final score out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. I think there's a goal just kicked there, Besto and Trent.
Big fella, Swizz Bollocks.
Straight out of the ruck. It was Bieliak. I've been trouble there all afternoon. He just took it out of the ruck and said, "Thank you very much. I'll just pop it through." Back to Josh.
Final score out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Sylvan 14-13-97, defeating Bear Park 4-10-34.
That's a big win there for Sylvan.
Bear Park were without James Walden or Mitch Need, though, two of their better defenders. So, a very good win there for the Cats.
I'm sure the Cats won't be thinking about that. They'll just be celebrating because that's an excellent win.
And a score out at East Ringwood Reserve, Baronia 82-75 over East Ringwood.
So another clearance out of the middle for East Ringwood. Here they come in the hands of ball being hurried forward there off the boot of Preston. It's inside 50, but it's been cut off.
And that is the final score out at East Ringwood Reserve. So Baronia stay unbeaten for the rest of the season.
Good stuff. All right, so it's going to be back in play off the boot of, nice mark taken there. So Vermont to go forward yet again. They've had their opportunities, but they've turned it over. And now it's East Ringwood who will rebound, go back inside 50. And that's a good mark. He's taken half the ground out as well. It's the big fella, was Bieliak.
That's what happens when you turn over the ball.
He might need
it comes straight back over your head.
Might need to replace his divot there, I think.
And just touching on that East Ringwood game, I hear that Max Brasher, your nephew Brash, he had a big game as well.
Thank you for that, Josh. Much appreciated.
So the big fellas was Bieliak. Here he comes. Here's the kick. He's got it. It's another one for East Ringwood. That's his second of this quarter. And the margin now blows out to 147-61, and we've had about 18 minutes in this last turn.
He's had a big day today. You know, coming up against the premier ruckman is Robbie Ross. He's done really well, competed really hard, and I think that tap that he did, that follow-up goal in the third or second quarter was really good for him. So big raps.
He's come more into his own in the second half with Bollock.
As we enter the boundary. Yep.
Just a good time to start thinking about our Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. There's a few good options here for the Roos.
We'll brainstorm that as play continues. Cherney with the intercept mark as Delaney on the outer wing side. Measured ball further afield. Finds his teammate who heads back in the same direction. Bit of kick to kick with Delaney once more. Mundy presents through the corridor. Calder's there to try and intercept. Nothing doing. Low ball for Farmer to try and gather up as a downfield free kick as tensions flare in the middle of the ground with Vassis.
Excuse me.
Apologies if you've got something come through on the effects mic there. We've just got an interesting gentleman. He's just popped his head into the commentary box.
So there's been a downfield free kick. Pushed after he kicked it. It'll go the way of Farmer, the recipient. Strolls in, a measured left ball. Straight over the goal umpire's hat as we head to Josh around the grounds.
Out of Bayswater Oval, Bayswater lead by 1 point. I'm not too sure if it's a final score, but they lead 81-80. Beaconsfield 85-97. Raybeard said that Taylor Garner had 80. Actually, he's only kicked the 7, but a big result potentially brewing out there at Bayswater Oval.
Right. Just for Sportsco boys, who do you reckon? I'm going Bilo. I think Bilo and Farmer are my two front runners, I reckon, and Lowson.
Yeah, I'm tending to think the captain at the moment, James Bielo for me.
Yeah, well, it could be any one of those three, couldn't it? I mean, you obviously would sometimes go for the guys that have kicked the big bags, but Bielo has been very good, so I wouldn't argue with that. So shot on goal, as we were just talking about.
That's a goal, I believe.
Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, and it's gone through. So
who is that? I've
just watched the replay and see what happened. It's
32, Damien Fury.
Hasn't had a big day, old Damo, but he's managed to get one through there, so it's a consolation.
Couple of other scores as well. Second Division, Mulgrave 13-5, 83, trailing Waverley Blues 22-10, 142. So they blew the margin out there at Mulgrave Reserve.
5 goals apiece in this last quarter here, so Vermont will be happy that they haven't allowed East Ringwood to get right off the chain.
21 minutes played in this last term, so of course it's going to finish a little bit late this game, bearing in mind we had the injury earlier in the day. Now it's in the hands there, or trying to get his hands on it. There was Delaney, but he went without it for the moment, but he's been wrapped up and stacks on, and we'll have a ball up. So Ben Osborne would be pretty happy, you'd have to say, with this performance. It's going forward to beat a side like Vermont. As the ball goes out towards the far side, picking it up over there nicely was Banfield. Wheels around, but gets his kick partially smothered. I thought I had a little deflection there, but the ball comes in. Now it's back in the hands towards goal. And back there is Norris. Good work from him, and he sees it through for a minor score as the margin 153 to 68. And we've had 22 minutes in this last term.
Norris again can't fault his game today.
Just quickly back to Josh in the score centre. Sorry, Trent.
Donvale 121 to Coldstream 51, Oakley District 110 to Warrandyte 28, Whitehorse 74 to Ferntree Gully 71.
So Cherney heads straight up the guts, and then
Gee, it could be a big upset down at Pioneer Park this afternoon. Is that what we call it?
I think it's the
Pioneer
D. I think it's the D. I think it's called the D.
So here's Banfield losing his footing, finds the handball into the space of the last Vermont goal kicker. His teammate puts his head in the hole. Arnott again tries to body off East Ringwood and then turns it over by foot. O'Connor Marks standing in the hole.
Well, it's good to see some interesting results in the whole of the EFNL this afternoon.
And got one final result as well. Roeville have won 81 to 76 at Dominie Reserve.
Oh,
Ray's back.
They got out of jail today.
Came from 31 points down at quarter time, did Roeville.
So, I mean, that's a fair effort from Roeville because of the fact that they'd been given up last quarters. They'd be really happy this week to run that game out to get a victory.
And it's just down to 5 points at Home Park Reserve as well. 92 Beaconsfield, South Belgrave 97.
Some nail biters unfolding there. Thanks for that, Josh. So boundary throw in again. Rossi wins out. Wilcox brought straight to ground. So we had to Ryan Long on the boundary.
Not sure if you mentioned it earlier, Josh, but South Croydon 2 points down late in that game with a bit of a comeback.
Go the Bulls.
So Rossi just palms it into space for Wilcox to run onto it. Down the line ball. Marotta. It's been solid in that back six for the Roos. Can jam this one inside 50 again. Ross in good marking shape. It evaded him. Farmer there. Had a good piece of it. Rash once again shaking his head.
Points.
And we've got a full-time score at Pinks Reserve. A draw, 66 apiece between Kilsyth and Surrey Park.
Oh. Well, there you go. Villanis has Vassus for company there. Just sticks it out wide. Norris is first to it. Was wrapped up well by Hanlon, it might have been. And a ball up on true centre wing, Besto.
So umpire throws it up. How much time will we have to go? We can't have a lot. 25 minutes played in this last term as the ball has been socked away and over the boundary side, boundary line, sorry, on the far side.
So if that was a draw, and I think earlier Kilsyth were 8-17 or something, so it's probably 8-18 to 10-6 or something.
Yeah, they'd probably be kicking themselves.
Yeah, it was 8-18 to 9-12 for Kilsyth.
Yeah.
Any more scores, Josh? Not at the moment?
Unfortunately, no.
Right, we'll come back to you in a moment. So the ball is sent forward, off hands. There's East Ringwood try to come forward again inside 50. It's bouncing out towards the a nice work over there. Picked up by Mundy. Gets his kick smothered though, and it's out of bounds. And so 153 to 68, nearly 26 minutes gone at East Ringwood Reserve, and what's been a very pleasant afternoon weather-wise.
It's been a lovely afternoon.
The game was interesting early on, but it really has blown out, unfortunately, which was probably unexpected. We all tipped, I think apart from you, Brosh, we all tipped a close win for East Ringwood.
Just keep reminding you.
I wasn't trying to rub it in, I was just pointing.
No, mate, I'm not upset by any stretch of the imagination.
So big Hanlon it is. Sorry, Brash, I really am. So on the ground, and we'll have another stoppage.
Good though that Noble Park once again, Brett, were able to win at South Croydon. It's a happy hunting ground for them.
Yeah, particularly coming from behind as well. It looked like I thought they might have blown it, but they got up there.
We've got a score from Montrose as well, 95, Montrose Lilydale 63.
Who cares?
Actually, probably a better second half from Lilydale there.
Come on, mate, you had your fun last year.
I'm going to have my fun this year too, back to back.
And out of Baldwin Park, Baldwin 111 to Norwood 57. Norwood kicked 7:15 though.
So called to play on was Arnott. Sticks it onto the head of Marotta, who can't mark. And the ruckman couldn't quite collect at his feet.
Go.
Here's Norris, just hacks it out of there, dribbles it along the ground. Another good smother applied there from Kalkowski. Links up with Calder. Flying shot at goal. The umpire had a bit of work to do there to signal that minor score.
So we've had to employ our own security. Blake Tennant's coming in to sort out the bogan.
Happy for people to support their side, but, you know, look, we're trying to do a job here and appreciate the fact that you respect what we're trying to do and we'll respect what you're trying to support.
Josh Ward around the grounds again.
I've got a final score out at Knox Guns. Heathmont 91 to Knox 68.
Thanks for that, Josh. Good
By the
journey.
Jets.
Yeah, the Jets are certainly airborne at the moment.
Yeah, they're flying the Jets.
Here's Ali inside 50. Lowson again. How was he allowed that much time and space inside 50?
Well, tired legs and...
I thought Ali's played really well today. He's sort of gone in and out of the game at different times, but he's done some really good things and he's looked lively, hasn't he?
Well, he's done everything that's asked of him. When Ali was asked to do something with his limited opportunities, he's taken them and made Vermont pay for it.
Lowson again. More scoreboard hurt for Vermont. And this is a big percentage booster for East Ringwood.
That's the thing, gentlemen, when you have a big win one week and then you basically, Vermont have given all that percentage back and a bit more from this week's loss.
That's right. It's a double whammy, isn't it?
And you lose the 4 points.
Updated home park, South Belgrave have extended their advantage 104 to 92 out there.
They seem to be able to find a gear, South Belgrave, haven't they?
They do when they need to, yeah. So it can't be long to go. We've had 29 minutes in this term and the margin 159 to 69. So by my math, which is not that flash, is 90 points. Hanlon wins it out of the ruck. And going past it there was, but they've lost the ball. It's down to the hands of Connor Waitman, who gets it forward. And it's going to be rushed through for a minor score. So one more to the total, 160 to 69. Fizz has gone out of the game as we just go through the final stages. And now what have we got? Well, the umpire says we'll have it again as Dario tried to take it away from the square. Now he finally gets to put the boot on it. Nice kick too, finds a target. And Kalkowski, who hasn't been the worst for Vermont today, he's tried hard all day. Goes out to Dario again. Now a little short kick. So that's keeping possession of the footy here late in the game. It's for Lunas, one of the debutants. He's kicked a goal today, so he'll be happy enough. Not so much with the margin as he goes down the line. And the mark taken there by Calder. And a good strong mark taken there, is it Hanlon, I think? Ross it is. In the hands there of Calder, who goes for home, but it's been knocked away. Bouncing around he goes and he gets it back again, Calder, but he's taken in a heavy tackle. And the umpire says he's been done for holding the ball. So free kick goes the way of Preston and goes out wide. It's not the greatest kick in the world, but it's been picked up over there by Kearney. And there is the siren. So finally the pain is over out here at East Ringwood. It's been a tough game, a tough watch, and particularly in this last quarter, being that so one-sided. But East Ringwood have got the chocolates today, and against the run of play, really, or against what we decided earlier, we thought it would be close, but it's 160 to 69, 25-10, 160 to 10-9, 69. Try and go through the goal kickers for you. I believe Lowson kicked 7 in the end.
Correct.
Farmer got 6. Swisbiliak kicked a couple. I think all the rest were singles by my reckoning. And correct. For Vermont, I have Berg with 2, and I think all the rest. Kalkowski got 2, I think.
Yeah.
and all the rest were singles. So a very good win by East Ringwood today. A very solid performance. Brash, not much else to say, really, is there?
No, look, you know, after the first quarter, the class of East Ringwood put the foot down. They took control of the midfield. They just pounced on every single mistake that Vermont made, and their pressure on Vermont all afternoon. They harassed, they tackled well, they won all the loose balls, took control of the midfield. Vermont, disappointing, lacking a little bit of direction, struggling to find targets in their forward 50. There's a bit of work that they've got to do to catch up or to make up in this competition this year.
Indeed. Well, hopefully we'll get an interview very soon. We're running a little bit late because of the injury earlier in the game, which has put us behind the clock a little bit. We hope to get an interview, and we'll grab the song as well before we go off. So I think Jared Beelan might be out in the middle trying to accost one of the players. Let's see
James Beerlow.
James Beerlow will be the man I think you'll be trying to find.
Yeah.
We've all agreed, I think, that he gets the Sportsco Player of the Day.
Yeah, look, I don't see anyone. Does anyone else disagree with it? Disagree that Beerlow?
Probably just Lowson with his 7 goals, and he was particularly prominent when the game was on the line early. He was in there, and he was very, very dominant early. So I think he'd be. He's just found.
Looks like we got Sam Lowson.
All right, so it's going to be Lowson that we're going to be having a chat to, the big man. Well, not so big actually. He's very. I tell you what, he's got great ink on that leg.
Oh, look, it seems to be the growing trend now. No, Brett, I'm not. The amount of players.
I thought you were going to say you were thinking of getting one.
Oh, don't be silly, mate. I'd look absolutely terrible on me. I think that the thing is that.
Let's go. Sorry, Bresh. Let's go down to the boundary. Here's Jared.
Really quickly, but yeah, I've got Sam Lowson with me. Fantastic game, mate. You've got to be happy with that performance. It was, a dominant victory over a proud club.
Yeah, we've well, when I was playing here before I went to VFL, we got smashed by Vermont. So they always had this intimidation factor. But yeah, it was nice to play good team footy today and yeah, get on the end of a few. And yeah, we just played such a good brand of footy today. It was unreal.
Yeah, forget the team stuff. 7 goals for you, mate. That's got to be, bit of air under your feet there.
It was because of the team, though. Like, I was just sitting there, they were hitting me, so no, it was good. They were looking out for me today. Me and Trenny Farmer, he kicked 6 as well, so we couldn't miss today. It was nice.
And coming up from Division 1, how's the team finding Premier Division? What's the difference been now?
From what I know, because obviously I'm not around the club much, is they're loving it and they're embracing it. Like, we were a proud Premier team for a long time, and then there was a few tough years, but we want to be in Premier. We want to put our hand up for finals, and I think the boys are doing a great job growing the juniors, and yeah, we've come stride since I've last been here. It's unbelievable.
And I'll throw to the guys in the box who'll definitely have some questions for you now.
No worries.
I hope so anyway. I don't know.
G'day, Sam. How you going, mate? Awesome stuff today. It reminds me of the deja vu in the grand final. You and Trent Farmer. You guys look so you guys like to play the same footy, and it looks like you guys enjoy playing together.
Yeah, we love it. I think we both read the ball pretty well, so we find ourselves in great positions. And when it's his turn to go, I sit back, and when it's my turn to go, he lets me run. And yeah, we just work really well together, probably because we're the older ducks. So yeah, it's good.
Anyone else?
Sam, the other guy that we've sort of thought played particularly well today was James Beerlow. You guys, of course, get all the plaudits for kicking the goals up front, but someone's got to do the hard work behind you. And James, I thought, had an outstanding game today.
Yeah, James is a contested bull. He works so hard and he loves the pressure. He just loves contested possessions, and yeah, he strives off it. So yeah, I love playing with him, and I've played with him for a long time, so it's been great.
Cool. Well, it looks like there's a presentation, so we might let you go. I'll just throw back to the box now.
Thanks, Jared. I'm not sure what the presentation is, boys. Do we?
It's for the Noel Jones Cup.
Oh, of course it is. Yes, the cup. I forgot about that. So that's going to be sitting in the East Ringwood rooms.
Let's quickly go. Let's quickly go around the grounds once more. Ball just feeding some scores. Ball win 111. Looks like they've defeated Norwood 57. South Noble Park have won by, I think that was 3 points. Ryan Long said. Roeville, of course, winning by 5 points, 81 to 76. Berwick 45 trailing Doncaster 47. Still no update out in Morton Park 76 to 63. Blackburn lead first division. Bayswater 81 to Moorbark 80. I think that would be a final score. A final score out at home park. Beaconsfield 92 to 104 South Belgrave. Montrose, of course, getting the victory there. North Ringwood and Mitcham, still no update from halftime, where North Ringwood were leading by 15 points, and Wanturna South and Croydon, still no update from there as well. Second division, Templestowe 95 to the Basin 67, so you think they'd be home there. Of course, Baronia winning 82 to 75 over East Burwood. No update from Jubilee Park. Ringwood, of course, getting the victory there. Heathmont winning over Knox, and Mulgrave 83 to Waverley Blues 143. Third division 121 Donvale over Coldstream 51. Oakley District 110 to Warrandyte 28. Sylvan defeating Fair Park 97 to 34. And Whitehorse Pioneers Ferntree Gully, I think that might be a final score, I'm not too sure. Whitehorse were leading though 74 to 71. Fourth division, Foresthill 102. You'd think they'd be home against Croydon North Emlock 67. Churnside Park 137 to Nuttawading 55. And of course we had the draw between Kilsyth and Surrey Park 66 apiece, but Kilsyth kicked 8 goals 18.
Thank you, Josh. Well, I guess what we have to ask ourselves, we've sort of been looking at it from maybe the Vermont perspective, and the fact that we're a little bit surprised by the margin, but let's take nothing away from the East Ringwood side, and maybe we've underestimated them a little bit. They've come up a division. They had a win and a loss coming in today, but that is an outstanding result today. And I guess it sort of begs the question now, I mean, are they suddenly genuine finals contenders? Can they go all the way?
Well, I actually, in the pre-season, I had them finishing in the 6th, Brett, because of the fact that their squad was an up-and-coming squad full of young guys, right, who have had enough experience, right, in those lower divisions and have been able to work their way through the contest. Plus, they've had some people, right, that have had some players that have stuck around. Obviously, the VFL listed players that they've got are a bonus with them, whether they have them at their disposal every week.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Yeah,
I think the biggest problem with East Ringwood is going to be how are we going to rate them if those players aren't available in maybe next week. Let's just say they all had to go and play at their respective VFL clubs. That changes the whole dynamic of the football club. But they've still got some quality there. The Farmer boys are there. You've got Collier, you've got Mundy, you've got Swizbolek. They've still got the nucleus of a very good side, and as well as the captain, James Bearlow. So, all right, they lose a bit of goal-kicking power, but they've still got the nucleus of their side intact to move forward throughout the season.
We've just got our media manager, Ryan Long, who's poked his head in the door. He's been doing the hard yards today down on the boundary. Ryan, what did you see down on the boundary today?
Oh, it was just a purely dominant performance from an East Ringwood side that looks set to be finals. I think you answered your question yourself there before. I think you can look at the talent on all lines, and we said that a lot last season, and that really stood out in a Division 1 competition where they were just streets ahead of really everyone. And they've jumped into Premier Division with no real problems. They're going to be a contender, and then certainly a side that to look out for. I thought Bealo was just enormous, and he's already had a couple of good games before this afternoon, and obviously Louse. And when you can bring a guy like that back in the side, can kick 7 and really make things hard for a back 6 of someone like Vermont, who are missing a couple as well. But it's just a really stacked lineup. And then obviously the Farmer boys are. I don't know how old Trent is now, but he's playing as young as ever. He's still in incredible nick, and I just think they're a really good chance to make something out of this season. And not many sides go up to Premier Division and then make finals in their first season. But I think East Ringwood, it's hard to see why they can't.
Yeah, I don't think you can put a cap on them. I just think after today, Trent, that they were so good. I mean, they've had a win and a loss. And that performance today against a pretty decent side is going to make the rest of the competition really sit up and take notice.
I think the thing is too, as I alluded...
Is your name Trent?
Oh, no.
No, you're right, Brash. Continue.
Sorry, Trent.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, for sure. I think they're just playing with confidence at the moment. Obviously, after winning it last year, they've kept a similar sort of core group, the same tight-knit. They look tight-knit. And it shows with the ball movement inside 50. You mentioned Lawson and Farmer there. I think they could easily have a day out, both of them, when the entries are coming in thick and fast. And no, I'm excited to see where they end up come season end.
Got any more scores for us, Josh?
Unfortunately, I don't have any more scores. But I'll be keeping a close eye on them, especially what's happening out of Morton Park and the North Ringwood Mitcham final score as well.
We've still got about 4 minutes to go before.
Did we do votes? Did you guys do votes, or the best on for Sportsco Eastland?
We pretty much decided that James Biello, I think, was best on. We didn't do 3-2-1, but I think James Biello for us. Are there any more awards have we got?
We've got the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, so that's the other one. Trent Farmer kicked one from the boundary line, I remember, and then obviously that last Vermont goal, which I don't remember who kicked that, but it was a nice bomb from outside the arc. I don't know if you're number 32 there. I haven't got the.
That was Damien Fury.
There you go. So that's your probably two of your contenders off the top of my head.
Thought Bilo from about the cricket pitch. He kicked a goal from there. That's another.
Was that in the second quarter?
I think so, something like that. Yeah.
Well, if we're giving him Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day, we'll pass it on to someone else. I don't know what you guys think.
I think Trent Farmer.
Yep. Deserves deserves a $50 voucher there. Thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Trent it is. Yep. Any more awards?
No, that we're just the two. So that's all we've got at the moment.
All right, well, we start winding down. We've got about 2.5 minutes before we finish. Gentlemen, not the game we sort of hope for today, but, as East Ringwood will walk away with it. Who have they got next week, do we know?
Doncaster, I believe. So.
Okay, so you'd expect them to probably have another win there. So suddenly they're three. I mean, without looking ahead, too far ahead, they'll be 3-1.
Well, you've got to say on the form that they showed today, Brett, that they would go in as warm favourites next week.
Yeah, I'd say more like hot favourites, to be honest. So Doncaster, they played all right today, didn't they? I think they had
and that is a final score out at Edwin Black Reserve. Doncaster have won 47-45.
Okay,
that's like I said, it's happened again.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, it was time to start going around and doing our thank yous. I'm going to start off by thanking my co-commentator today because he was absolutely fantastic.
Well done, Trent.
First time I've called with you, Trent, but welcome to the big time, and you did a great job today, so I hope you enjoyed yourself, and great job. Rest of the team today, of course, we had our two astute judges. We had Brash on special comments.
Thanks, Brett.
It always gives us a great insight, and of course did it a bit tough today with Vermont getting beaten, but, that happens, doesn't it?
Mate, at the end of the day, I'm happy to. You have to acknowledge that when you're on this team, even though you have your own sides to follow, you've still got to call it down the line. And unfortunately today, Vermont were beaten by a far better credentialed side.
That's right. We had limited references. We might have got away with maybe no more than 2 Montrose references today. I'm not sure.
Well, next week's going to be huge.
Blake Tennant on special comments. Well done to you, mate. Paul Yaconi in the stats centre. And just very quickly to Josh, he's been doing a sterling
job. Well done, Josh.
Thank you. And I do have a final score at Bayswater Oval. Bayswater have won by a point, 81-80 over the Mustangs. So the Mustangs, a 1-point win last week and a 1-point loss this week.
Fantastic. Our media manager, Ryan Long, who was down on the boundary today, fantastic. Paul, I mentioned Paul, who does a wonderful job in the stats here, and it's one of the toughest jobs keeping an eye on. Who have I? Jared Beanland. I knew it. Jared Beanland, who was also doing he did a sterling job today. So we've really enjoyed bringing the coverage from East Ringwood Reserve. Just a shame that the game wasn't a little bit closer, but these things happen. So next week we'll be back with more EFNL Game Day for you. We hope you can join us. You'll have us on Radio Eastern on 98.1, and of course you can stream it live. We'll see you next week.